your boy young I give him that time. Pancho leg stand and punchy America. Banyi ban pancho leg stand and punchy America. Banyi ban walk on your leg kankara watana watching. Oga leg gear pow leg panda with ya punchy America. Panye ban chingatongo pandon kujera by a check out. Pasu panda gear with ya be $20. Stand and punchy America, Banyi ban pancho leg stand and punchy America, Banyi ban walk on your leg, kankara watana watching, Oga leg gear pow leg, panda with ya punchy America, Panye ban chingatongo pandon kujera by a check out, Paku panda gear what ya be $20.
Welcome to Lake State Media. Our guest, Abraham Awolich.
Thank you very much.
Our host, General Secretary of Lake State Media, Majung Makur Balang Baraj. I welcome you also, and I will give you 1 minute to introduce our guest, Abraham Awolich.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Chair Bol Makur. To all Lake State Media viewers across the globe, welcome to Lake State Media Beyond Boundaries. And today will be a very hot day. We're actually basically discussing and analyzing the post-public consultations events which took place in Juba last week. And we have a lot of guests full of knowledge and South Sudanese that has really served the entire nation in different capacities. And in the studio with us, we have one of the senior youth, well-informed, Abraham Awolich. You're highly welcome to Lake State Media, and also to feed the population with your perspective on how you view this topic that has really preoccupied the mind and the heart of South Sudanese for the last 4 months. And in the studio too, we will be having Dr. Sande De John. He will join us shortly, and he's well-informed South Sudanese, and he will give his perspective and his analysis on the event. And on the same note, we'll be having our brother Bill Luke. He has been there since the beginning of the consultation up to the end. He will give us inside information of what transpired in Freedom Hall during the 5th day of public consultation. And on the other hand, we will be joined by the chairperson of Red Army, Deng Bol, is likely to join us shortly, and all of them will discuss the idea and the project being imposed on South Sudanese, and that is dredging and the resumption of Jonglei Canal together. And before I wind it up and yield it back to the Deputy Chair, Bol Makur, we will also be joined by pro-dredging, and that is the President of South Sudan National Youth Union, my brother Gola Boyoy. He might join us shortly. Basically, if you are there right now, kindly, you share this video and share this live so that many South Sudanese will get to hear the information from this great mind that will discuss this green topic today. You are highly welcome, Abraham Wolich. And before I give it back to you, I will give it to the chair, the deputy chair, Bolmakur, to welcome you so that you can give us your opening remark. I yield it back to you, Bolmakur.
Thank you, Jung Makur, Malak. We are grateful to organize this today, and also we are grateful to have somebody like Abraham Awolich, who is very acknowledgeable about the process and the situation of the dredging, because since this idea came about, a lot of academic South Sudanese went on and read more, because all of us are not of the same field, but we do research. And since Abraham is one of the researchers of the Sudd, he is the right person today to educate South Sudanese and also analyze about the 5 days meeting, how it will affect our program of dredging, and how it will benefit the people of South Sudan. That's one part. Also, I would like to enlighten the public that when this program came about, we, the Lake State media, our administration stood up, and we keep educating Junubin, even if we were criticized, but we keep pushing. Until now, this became public had been educated now, and everybody now is happy that we have scratched until we bring in some professors from University of Juba, for example, Professor Akej and other members, and we have continued to educate the public. And now it's went to the ears of the vice president, the president, and other academic and other dignitaries of South Sudan. Then they now stop it and push forward for consultation. How do you feel about it now? It is good. And that's the goodness about media. Any other people, any other media, they were being educated by Lake State media. When this one started, we were being insulted. Bad comment we read about what we are pushing. But this is what we were looking today. This is what we want to highlight the public so people can be aware. Instead, this dredging can just continue. This dredging can just go on without a correct consultation from our civil societies, our communities. So now it is good that all the government authorities are aware that the youth are acknowledgeable about this dredging. Thank you so much. I was just making that remark so public can know that the reason why we, the Lake State media, were pushing this, bringing people, educating the public. This is it today. And that's why we are still following it up to bring some other very acknowledgeable about this so we can analyze. Thank you so much. I am now going to give chance to our guest, Abraham Awolich, to introduce himself and right away continue with the analysis. This is Bolmakur of Lake State Media. Welcome, Abraham Awolich.
Well, thank you very much, Brother Bolmakur and Brother Majuk, for your introduction. And I want to thank the Lake State Media leadership for continuing to provide this space for public discourse on matters pertaining to the future of South Sudan. And I'm delighted that I could be part of this discussion today. So thank you very much. I also want to thank the listeners who are tuning into this discussion for paying attention to public discourse. South Sudan would not have actually fallen in the manner it has fallen if we were able to provide space for people to talk and to express themselves and to debate matters. I'm a student of government. That is my background. I'm not an expert on water, but what I understand about the way the government operates is that every public policy has two sides. It solves one problem and creates another, and that is why it is subjected to a debate. And anyone taking an economic course, one of the first concepts that you are introduced to is why is government needed. And the idea is that there are certain things that the economy and the market cannot manage, so you need government intervention. And the reason you need government intervention is that because the matter is either a public good, which means it is something that cannot be privatized, or it is something that has asymmetry of information. So the information is not the same. And so people have varying knowledge about it. And so on this issue that we are discussing, on the issue of water is a public good. And especially rivers are public goods. So what that means is that no one can be excluded from using the river. And it is a public good in a sense that life, whether in the wild or domestic life, depends on water. And so I one of my first impression before I even talk about dredging is what I observed last week in Juba, that the people of South Sudan, at least for the first time, sat down and talked about something so serious. That is exactly the vision that we have. We want a country in which people talk and resolve issues that are so difficult without fear or without favor. That is the society that we really want. That a political space must be open for people to debate everything. Nothing should be kept in the dark. And so I really appreciate that the president made a decision to subject this matter to the public debate. And I really appreciate those who participated and spoke their mind, whether they are for dredging or against it. That is how public matters are addressed. There is no public policy matter that should be decided in the dark or by a small group of people. If it is like that, it is not a public policy. There is no way you can make public policy decisions by excluding so many people who will be affected, because public policy decisions affect millions of people. They affect lives. That's why they must be subjected to a debate. So, for example, you decide to go to war affects everyone. Whether you participated or you heard about it or you have not heard about it, you will be affected by it. Economic decisions, for example, devaluation of currencies, all those type of things, once the decision is made, it already has an impact on people. And so it has to be debated so that you can find ways to mitigate the concerns of those who will be affected, because it will benefit one group, but it will affect another. So it is important. What happened last week in South Sudan is good for the country, that we were able to talk, we were able to expose our views on the matter. Now, what is my view on this debate related to dredging? My view is that the fact that we are talking about it today is because of exactly what you people did here on Lake State Media and other social media platforms. The people of South Sudan, because they cannot protest on the streets, they protested on the social media. And that drew the attention of the government that this is an issue and we must hear the public. But the decision was already taken. The government had taken a decision to go ahead with the dredging. But the outcry of the people of South Sudan from the social media and also in their places of tea in Juba and in Malakal and Wau and other places gave the government an impression that this is unpopular. This is an unpopular program. And so the president, after facing very serious challenges, including the public lecture conducted at the University of Juba, and the protest that took place there and the way people spoke, the president realized that this is dangerous for the government to go against the popular will of the people. So he would rather subject the matter to a public debate. But then the president made two contradicting decisions. One, he gave instructions to the Ministry of Environment to go ahead with the process of people who will conduct economic and environmental impact assessment, while also at the same time creating a committee that will conduct consultation. So I say those two things are contradicting, because why don't you wait for the public consultation before you give directives to the Ministry of Environment to conduct that assessment? Because what if the decision is that we don't want the dredging at all? Then you don't need the assessment. So I'm dissatisfied with the manner in which decisions are made. Number two, the decision was taken by the Council of Ministers, which was shared by the president himself. But then when he made the two announcements, the formation of the committee and also giving directives to the Ministry of Environment, he did not call the Council of Ministers and he did not call the meeting of the presidency. And so now, when the time for consultation came, the government is in total disarray. Here, who is where? Many of the vice presidents, except Hussein Abdelbagi and Rebecca Nyandeng, who have not spoken. And so we cannot tell where they stand. And President Kiir himself, these three people have not spoken. The rest of the government is for dredging. They are for dredging. This is consistent with the decision that they have made earlier. Why is that happening? Why didn't the president wait and call for his members of the cabinet and also the presidency, put the government on one side, and now you come and deal with the citizens on the other side? This is how public policy is done. You cannot have a government in disarray and citizens also in disarray and you expect a solution. So I think that there is an element of politics and political game involved. And I have seen I have seen supporters of the president and the government trying to frame the argument in an ethnically charged manner. And that must be condemned. Because now they are trying to frame the argument that, oh, okay, the Nuers are for the dredging. Because Dr. Riek Machar and Taban have spoken out clearly that they want this dredging to happen and that they are for Jonglei Canal. They are not, they have spoken their mind unapologetically about that, which is good. No, there is nothing wrong with that. Now we know where they stand. But at the same time, you have Elia Lomoro Wani, James Wani, Iga, and Michael Mokwe also saying they support the dredging. And because that is consistent with the decision that they have taken in the Council of Ministers. But immediately on the last day of the consultation, the debate started to shift. And we know where it is going. It's a usual game that we know, that they try to package this debate as Riek Machar, who has colluded with Egyptians to try to do the dredging. And if it is Riek Machar who has colluded with the Egyptians to do the dredging, then it must be a Nuer conspiracy. I have seen that. This is what is circulating in the social media right now. And we must push back against that. That is how you pull this country toward unnecessary conflict. This is a clear decision of the government that include President Kiir, Dr. Riek Machar, Waniga, and everyone else. There are some ministers, obviously, who are opposed to this. But it was a decision taken in the Council of Ministers, chaired by the president himself, to do the dredging. The only thing that saved the people of South Sudan is some patriotic citizens from Unity State made an announcement, took pictures, and announced that, oh, these big machines have arrived. What are they for? This is what triggered this whole debate. If we did not rise up in the social media, the dredging would have occurred with the consent of the president and the whole government.
Absolutely.
So what I'm trying to frame here as the analysis of the debate is that we need to be very careful as the people of South Sudan, whether we are in the social media or in Juba, that we should not try to ethnicize this process. This is a clearly a national debate with some of our citizens saying, let us do the dredging, and some of our citizens saying, let us not do it. And this is the nature of public policy. It has to be divisive. There is never unanimity in public policy. But then what you do as a government is what you call the cost-benefit analysis. You show the citizens clearly that this is what it will cost you to get this done now and in the future. And if you don't do it, this is what it will also cost you now and in the future. And if you compare this, there are more benefits to doing it than not doing it. And you prove that scientifically. And citizens, the reason we have a government is because we delegate the government to implement our will. So if we are persuaded, we'll say, okay, government, go ahead. That is one element of all this. Now, the other element, Mr. Luke, welcome. Billy Luke, you are welcome. Yes, so the other element is this. You know why the people of South Sudan are opposed to the dredging? We are fighting with history here, and it has to be clear. The history of the people of South Sudan and Egypt is a very dark history. It's a history of exploitation. is a history of deception and tricks, a history of enslavement and subjugation. This is the elephant in the room. Suppose from Netherlands and said Sudan needed our help to open this channel because it is not flowing as not complain. Nobody would have an issue here. But there is a history. Egypt. A history of Egypt, which at the critical time when Sudan was about to become independent, interfered with the consultations and dialogue between the North Sudanese and the South Sudanese, and they basically doctored the minutes of the and tilted the decision in favor of the North Sudanese, and that is how we were left subjected to the rule of the Northern Sudanese. So this is one part of the history. In 1821, when slavery came into the Sudan, it came through Egypt. And who were enslaved? Who were enslaved are the people of South Sudan and the Black Africans, Sudanese, in Darfur, in the Nuba Mountains, and of course, and other places like the Blue Nile. And during our long struggle, we know Egypt stood. And when they saw that there was likely going to be a breakthrough in Naivasha, they proposed what the Egypt-Libya initiative, which was an attempt to destroy the negotiations in Naivasha so that this issue of self-determination does not feature. So this is, and of course, the biggest part of this history is the Jonglei Canal, which was also opposed by the people of South Sudan, but it did impose its will, and it actually dug the Jonglei Canal, only that it has not connected with the Nile. It was stopped by the SPLA. Why are we forgetting this? And this is basically what is triggering against the dredging. It is not we cannot open the rivers. That is, what is the problem is, what are the intentions of Egypt? Trying to trick our people again? Is Egypt trying to undermine our survival here again? This is the elephant in the room, and our leaders are very, very careful about it. We are about of Egypt and driving these things. And of course, machines that are brought, which we have seen, are simple machines for just clearing and dirt on the Nile. These are serious digging machines. This is where things are, and on my side, from my perspective, I think that the time for doing these activities is wrong. South Sudan is in extreme vulnerable position, which we must admit. We have a weak leadership, we have weak economy, we have weak, and our moral standing is seriously weak. So why do we want to make decisions at a time when we are in a position? Say that is not for dredging, that the debate on dredging thing must suspend it immediately, indefinitely, and it will be resumed when we have an independent, a legitimate elected government. The government we have now in Juba is not legitimate, not elected. neither he nor the executive a legitimate government that reflects the people of South Sudan. So it should not be involved in this type of high-scale, sensitively, highly sensitive projects such as this. So this must be suspended. Suspended definitely. We focus on bringing people, focus on creating our internal cohesion, and we have put our house together and we're vulnerable. Then Egypt. This is not a topic that cannot discuss. We will need to sit on the table with Egypt, an independent state, to any security challenges, and ask Egypt, okay, how much water you need from us? After our studies, and we found that we have extra water to give, then we can talk. If we have no, we will simply say, sorry, you have enough water going to Egypt already, and there is not much that we can do. But as vulnerable as we are right now, we are compromises that to our future. So I want to stop the first of the debate ongoing now in the country.
Thank you so much, Abraham. Are you done?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Allowed me, our audience, to welcome our two guests who have joined us a few minutes ago. My brother Bill Luke, you're highly welcome. Bill Luke is one of active South Sudanese youth, and he was on the ground from day one up to the last day in Freedom Hall. He has a lot to tell us. And Abuna, Starley Richard, you are highly welcome. You were among the few South Sudanese who joined Lagos State Media from the word go to discuss the issue of Jonglei Canal resumption before it was shifted to be dredging project. Yeah, back to the analysis given by my senior brother, Abraham Awali. Thank you so much. You really actually managed to inject and draw a line between Egypt and South Sudan historically and how we are. And you explain the position of the country now. We are weak, the country is fragile, the country is fragmented, and we should not engage in such business with a big elephant like Egypt. Thank you for that. And you have touched something very interesting, that this debate is shifting from the way we look at it to the political angle. And is even now moving from the political angle to the ethnic line. And that's what worried most of South Sudanese. Because if the directions in which this debate is taking is not good, and it has given many people hard time to understand exactly what happened. Before I question you based on your analysis, allowed me to give my brother Biluk time to give his opening remark and also brief us on what transpired, especially the fifth day of the public consultation in Freedom Hall. He was there, and thereafter, we will be in a position to throw some questions to you, Abraham Wallich, and also to Biluk, and the guests who are still on the way, like Dr. Sunday De John and Starley Richard, and even the president of South Sudan National Youth Union, Mr. Golaboyoy, and the CEO of SEPO, that is Edmund Yakani too. He might join us shortly. Thank you so much, Abraham. Biluk, unless Bolmakur has something to interject, then I will yield it back to Bol. Then Biluk, you will take over. Bol. I guess Bol is fine. Yeah, let's move to Biluk. Biluk, you can activate your mic and brief us.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you, my brother. Oh, sorry. Our viewers, we always have such issues with the network in Juba. Yeah, my brother Edmund Yakani, you're welcome.
Yes, I'm back right now.
Yeah, Biluk, you can go on. After
Yeah.
Biluk, it will be Starley Richard. After Starley Richard, it will come to Edmund Yakani, and then we move to the question
Good
section.
Salamat.
Biluk, take over.
I am in the church. I'm not going to be able to join you guys, but I want to congratulate Lekki State Media for the great job. And then I want to congratulate the president also for giving us the opportunity to go through this subject. But the other thing that I want to mention is that some of the lectures that has been conducted by Brother Nial and Victor Al-Kazin, we did not get it. And some of the videos have been frozen. So if this can be done in future, will be good so that we know everything.
Thank you so much, Abuna.
Yes.
And thank you for your appreciations and also acknowledging the decision made by the President of the Republic. Thank you so much.
Are we live or still not live?
We are live. Thank you so much. We will welcome you once again. Once you are free, let us know. We will be happy to host you so that you can share your wisdom based on the biblical aspect too, because South Sudan can fit somewhere in the Bible as the land of Kuch.
And after this subject is because God has been speaking to me about this subject for the last 5 years.
Thank you so much. We have to learn more about it once you are ready. So, Mr. Biluk, you can activate your mic now and take your time. After you, we'll come to Edmund Yakani. Wish you the best, Abuna. Biluk, take over.
Okay.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me now. Is my voice clear?
Very clear.
Crystal clear.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Majok Makur and Comrade Bol Makur, Achien. Thank you also, Comrade Abraham Wallace, and also Comrade Edmund Yakani, and the other comrade who just left. This is Billy Luke. I'm live now from Juba, South Sudan, and I would like to give you the insight of what I have observed during the ACPAT presentation for the last 5 days here in Juba. So before I go into the main topic of today, I would like to all the viewers who are watching us right now live that I have been a regular contributor to the Lagos State media for the past years, but I have been silent for quite some time now, simply because I'm now in South Sudan. So I do not have access. I do not have that regular access to internet due to the fact that I have been to my own indigenous village. So I've been there for quite some time, and I just got back to Juba, only to land it in this particular program about the public consultation and awareness about the dredging project being proposed, very controversial project. So before I go forward, I would like to commend my brother, Bol Makur and Majong Makur, for doing the wonderful job on the Lagos State media all this time. But because we don't have actually good time here to interact with you on social media as usual, that is why I have been quiet for some time and I haven't been participating in the Lagos State media. So I'm so glad today to have the opportunity to come to the Lagos State media on this particular topic. This is one of the most viral topic that is actually watched widely by vast majority of South Sudanese wherever they may be around the world. And this is why we are here today, so that we can give some insight about what has been presented so far and has been shared in the wider media. As a person who has been there in person, I would like to give you what I have observed during the 5-day conference, and that is why it is very important for me today to put it into consideration so that I should actually attend this particular forum of today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make it very brief that I want to take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit for giving South Sudanese the opportunity to express their views and opinion pertaining to the controversial proposed dredging project. If His Excellency, the President, if he wouldn't have actually given us that opportunity as South Sudanese, I don't think this project would have been stopped so far. So I want to take this opportunity here in the Lagos State media to actually extend a personal gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit for calling for the suspension of this controversial project. And I will come into detail why I say it is a controversial project. That is why we have to give the president, even though vast majority of you out there do disagree with him on this particular issue, all of us, regardless of our respective political affiliation, can actually give the president a high regard for the wonderful decision he has made. And this actually gives us the signal that His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit is actually making a U-turn to try to give South Sudanese a chance to exercise their democracy, to speak their mind. And this is actually coming from you as South Sudanese who are actually activists on social media. We have been so-called social media criminal. Matter of fact, we are not criminal. I'm here in South Sudan and I'm speaking freely. I have been interacting with the ministers, with the members of the parliament, including a very prominent official that work very closely with the president. So it is actually coming from us as the social media activists who spend much of their days and nights advocating for the interests of South Sudan. That is actually triggering some influence in the government decision making. And this is one of the major steps you have taken as a social media activist that actually enabled the president to make a U-turn and call for the suspension of the dredging project. And the reason why vast majority of us as South Sudanese are against the dredging is simply not because we are against the dredging, as it is being defined by our scientific experts or professionals and other academic researchers who have actually taken their time to come and share it with us during the 5-day presentation in that conference. So, having learned the definition of the dredging, there's nothing wrong with the dredging. But the reason why we South Sudanese on social media are anti-dredging is simply because there is a malicious intention of the Egyptian as a government. That is why we are totally against it. But if we have to take this decision as a nation and actually recruit and empower our own expertise in the scientific field to carry out the dredging project, I think we can trust it. But the fact that it is actually being done by a foreign country, particularly Egypt in particular, because Egypt has a malicious intent against South Sudan, particularly on the issue of the Nile water. There is a geopolitical tension about the Nile water, as we have witnessed so far. Egyptians are actually bullying South Sudanese. They are intimidating us over our own natural resources. And we cannot allow Egypt to come and control us in our own country that is given to us by the nation. So we cannot allow any foreign country to come and dictate our economic interests in that case. That's why we are so suspicious as South Sudanese that any project pertaining to the water should not be funded by the Egyptian. It shouldn't be implemented by the Egyptian. because they have a bad intention against our own water. That is why we are overwhelmingly against the dredging project. It's not because we are not concerned about our people who are actually affected by the flooding. And those means of solving or mitigating the threat of the natural disaster caused by the flood are actually being advised and recommended by our scientific expertise, by our academic researchers who have made it extensively clear to the Council of Ministers, to the members of the National Legislative Assembly of South Sudan, and to the presidency, that the solution to the flooding, we have a solution as a South Sudanese, and we have to listen to those expertise. So that's why I said earlier, I took this opportunity to come and say thank you to His Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, for the wonderful opportunity, for the very first time in the history, that he has actually given us that opportunity to exercise our democratic right as a citizen of South Sudanese, to express our view about how we look at this particular project. So many things have gone wrong in the past, but we haven't been given that opportunity. The president took this opportunity this time around to give us that voice, and he's actually standing firm with us, despite the fact that some of his vice presidents came out publicly, and all of us are aware who are these vice presidents. And some of the Council of the Ministers, particularly the two ministers that we know. And I was so surprised to see Honorable Makwenelwes came out and actually support the other three vice presidents. I was so shocked. But during the course of the discussion, he has been adamantly behind the vast majority of South Sudanese. And this movement also started in the University of Juba. I was there on the first day. And we are so proud of our Professor John Akeja Farward. I'm so commendable for the wonderful job he has done. I believe he is the main person behind the movement that actually led to anti-dredging, because people are actually so fearful here in South Sudan that they cannot actually express their view. Even Professor Ake actually got a lot of warning, got a lot of intimidation that you can be done like this. You know, he didn't actually succumb to that threat. Matter of fact, he went ahead and say no. He gave them a middle hand and went ahead and fought for their advocacy. That dredging is totally unacceptable. And he actually put his own life online. That is why we joined as a student of university in Juba, as well as the activists. And vast majority of you outside there in diaspora joined the chorus of call for anti-dredging. And I was there in person. I have witnessed it. Vast majority of the South Sudanese are actually against the dredging, simply because there is an ulterior motive that is driving the Egyptian government to try to control and to colonize us indirectly. So we cannot accept to be ruled by the system of neocolonialism. Otherwise, there's no need we should say we have an independent sovereignty of South Sudan. So that's why we are so commendable to Professor John Akech Aparwad. He's the first person we should give that commendament. And then the second one goes to His Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, because Salva Kiir Mayardit might have been listening to Professor John Akech, because John Akech actually insisted, despite the fact that the first vice president, the three vice presidents, and some of the ministers took side with the illegal deal they have signed with Egypt. We came to learn that this project was either it was proposed by the official in Unity State with the objective that they can actually mitigate or prevent future flooding. That's why they came up and then they went ahead and lobbied the Egyptian government to come and do it for them. So Egyptian actually found an opportunity to try to come and exploit our natural resources, the water. So they have that ambitious interest to actually take our water away. And this is what they have been contemplating to do for some decade ago. That's why it is actually being indoctrinated in the SPLA manifesto during the Revolutionary War that SPLA was against the construction of the Jonglei Canal. And the interest behind the construction of the Jonglei Canal was the fact that the Egyptian actually intend to drain, to get more water, so that they can actually accumulate much of the water in the Nile, so that they can actually get a lot of water. A large volume of water can actually flow to the Egyptian. That is why they intend to build the Jonglei Canal. Now that they have been given the opportunity by the unity state government so that they can come and dredge those rivers, it is actually going to affect South Sudan as a whole, including even the Nile Basin country will also be affected. Because if the Egyptians come to dredge our rivers, they will actually deepen the rivers. They will actually widen the rivers. And in that case, all these Sudd areas across South Sudan will actually be drainage. There will be no water. Even our indigenous people that actually go to the Sudd area, the wetland where they go and actually keep the coral, it will no longer be there. This is what we project scientifically will actually affect the livelihood of our people. That is why we are so concerned strategically that this is totally unacceptable. We cannot allow the Egyptians to do this. This is what every single South Sudanese need to understand out there, that we are not against the mitigation and the prevention of the flood. Flood comes seasonally. It can never be permanent. As the climate change affects the entire world, we should be concerned about the interest of the water. The whole world is concerned about the water. And Sudd, our wetland in South Sudan, is one of those ambitious areas in the world. So we have to preserve it. And preservation of our water, we should not actually allow any foreign country to pan it and to implement that malicious project. So Egyptians here in this case, ladies and gentlemen, have a bad intention to take away our water. And that's why we are saying strategically, no, this is dangerous to our national security in that case. And I understand these politicians are being driven by politics, but I don't want to go there. I know it because my background in study is something to do with security. So this is very sensitive. But I cannot talk about that. We all know that. That's why we keep telling the people of South Sudan that Egyptian has an ulterior motive. And Professor Akej said it very clearly. This is what I have heard from the international experts who came to make those presentations to the Council of Ministers, to the national members of the Parliament of South Sudan, as well as the presidency. And they made it very clear that Egyptians have a bad intention. They want to take away your water. That is why the vast majority of South Sudanese overwhelmingly rise up and oppose that idea that this dredging project shouldn't be implemented by a foreign country because they have a bad intention to take our water away. And we cannot allow that to happen in that case. But if we want to do the dredging, yes, we can do it. We can do it ourselves. We can actually hire our own engineers. They can do it. Nobody's against that. But the fact that it is Egypt that is going to implement this, they will actually implement their own hidden agenda. And that is to take our water away. That is why we are saying no. But for the solution of the flooding, we also sympathize with those who are affected by the flood. And the recommendation has been given by the expertise. They made it very clear. If you are talking about the flood, and then we will actually be doing our own project as South Sudanese, not a foreign country. So the fact that this is actually being supported by few, individual or particular state, in the case of unity state, should actually raise an eyebrow. Why is it only one particular state that is actually proposing to this controversial project? They don't look what is actually a threat to the national security of South Sudan. And matter of fact, we understand what is actually driving the other vice president. We all know this politically, but I don't want to go there. This is something that has to be done behind the scene. And we cannot just come and talk about it here. So I just want to reserve that for further discussion if needed. But I just want to let you know that the expertise have done their job. So I would also want to take the opportunity to say excellent job, well done by our expertise, Dr. Deng Majuk and Dr. Salwa and Dr. Taj, and then the other ministers that were actually part of the panel that were actually doing the presentation. So the recommendation was very, very strong, and I believe the president is going to take that into account, that this is the best recommendation they were looking for. Their recommendation is actually including the position of the members of the Parliament of South Sudan, the National Transitional Parliament of South Sudan, made it overwhelmingly clear that they are against the dredging, with the exception of only few MPs that come from the Unity State. And Unity State, having actually observed them, they are actually reacting emotionally. They are not actually trying to follow what has been recommended by the scientists, by the academic, who have made it very clear that we are going to rescue our people from the flooding. And one way to rescue the people from the flooding is to build our own dams, to build our own dike, and to build artificial lake, the water reservoir that can be used to store extra water that we get from the rain. But we cannot allow the water to be taken away. That is the intention of the Egyptian. Finally, dredging is not bad too. It is good for us to dredge our rivers, but it will only be done by us, the South Sudanese engineers. It will be done by them. And the reason why I came to realize, because it is what I have learned from our scientific experts. And what they recommend is that dredging can be done. And to do the dredging, it will be done by our own expertise, but not the Egyptian, because the Egyptian has a malicious intention. So dredging should be done in order for our rivers to be navigable. That means we want to allow our rivers so that navigation can be used, so that we can actually use our rivers to travel from one location to the other. It should be done by us because our engineers will be more trustworthy than the Egyptian. So Egyptian has been ambitious about our Nile water. That is why they have been so dictatorial to the extent that they don't want us to build a dam. So we look at this as another way of colonizing us. And that's why I talk about the neo-colonialism. That is how Egyptians want to rule us. And we cannot succumb to that. We are an independent country, and we should actually take control of our country. We deserve the right, like any other Nile-basin countries, to have a dam so that our people can actually get electricity, so we can actually electrify our country, and to actually invest in modern agricultural scheme. That way, our people can actually benefit from the Nile water, just like any other country. What has also been recommended by the scientific expertise and the academic researchers is the fact that the National Parliament of South Sudan should actually look at the colonial treaties that were signed by the Egyptian and the Sudan. We are no longer legally binded by those treaties that were signed by the British. That is why you see Ethiopian went ahead and built their own dams. Any other Nile Basin country do not actually subscribe to those treaties that were signed by the Egyptian. But Egyptians are actually using power, military power, to intimidate any Nile Basin country. So for us, we are looking forward to build our country militarily, economically, and I think we will actually rise from the ash. That is why South Sudan is actually getting intimidated these days. It is because of a very weak leadership. But I believe we have the resources to make our country strong, economically viable, and I think we will rise from the ice. That's why you see every neighboring country attempting to grab every inch of land from South Sudan, simply because we are seen as a weak country. And that is something we will continue to do. So thank you so much to the social media activists for the wonderful job you are doing. We should continue to do social media advocacy. It is actually resonating, and that is where a lot of people contribute, and our president is actually reckoning with us. So we want to make sure we take advantage of the media to pass our message to the presidency so that they can actually be able to listen to this. So we want to make sure this particular media will actually influence our president, and president will not listen to those by presidents, because I think they are politically motivated or politically driven for reason known to them. Anyone who is in politics, like Brother Abraham Owalik, can attest to that. We should be a patriotic citizen. So let us encourage patriotism. We can have a political difference. However, we cannot actually betray our country. Anyone who is supporting the dredging project, you can be accused of being treasonous, or you can also be accused maybe being driven by the monetary interest. And what I mean by monetary interest could be maybe some individual out there who are pro-dredging might have been bribed. And all of you can attest to this. The way people are talking is something very clear. Let's make it very clear. I'm here in Juba. And, and I interacted with a national parliamentarian here in Juba. They are totally against this. And to my surprise, I was told that they had never been informed of this particular project. And only when Comrade Professor Ake went into the media and say he's against the dredging, that's when everybody woke up. Nobody knew there was a deal being made behind the scene. And to our surprise, we all came to learn through the media. So I would like to give a chance to the rest of the panel. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity, Brother Majong Makur and Bol Makur. And thank you very much, Brother Abraham Owalik, to see you around. Welcome, Dr. Sunday and Imun Yakane. I would like to take a break a little bit, then I take the platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brother Bilu, for your briefing. You have almost touched every aspect of the debate, but we have, at least now, you have 4 panelists. And in that regard, we will be giving each of you 5 minutes for the first analysis that you may give, and then we'll move to the question session, because questions will interrogate more, and our viewers will be happy to hear the answers that you will give at your own perspective. Thank you so much for that. Abraham Owalik, I'm aware that your time is out and you also need to engage with other business. I'm aware of that. I don't know whether you can wait for 10 minutes for Dr. Sunday to give his analysis on 5 minutes, and then Idmon Yakani 5 minutes, and thereafter you will come in to give your last remark in conjunction and recover all the 3 analyses being given. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Idmon Yakani, Dr. Sunday, you're welcome. Idmon Yakani, if you are there, activate your mic and take your 5 minutes.
Can we little bit introduce Dr. Sunday so some audience will know who is he?
Noted, Mr. Deputy Chair, take over.
Yes. In my perspective, I would like to introduce Dr. Sunday De John Along, which goes in social media by the name of Emmanuel Sunday. Dr. Sunday is a South Sudanese who is our media columnist also, but major studies in Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery at the University of Nairobi, Kenya. He's a doctor by profession, apart from his political affiliation. Dr. Sunday is aware of many problems around this dredging, and that's why he's here today to give his idea and how he looked at it and the way forward. And also, he also been attending this 5 days analysis, and that's why he's here today to talk about the dredging. We are not always talking about politics, as a lot of people are aware that he's a leader of his own party, but today he's here to help the nation how we will go forward about the dredging. So it is not about politics today, but it is analyzing if the dredging will help us or if the dredging is not helping us. Thank you so much. That's the little background I'm giving about Dr. John Along. Is a doctor by profession. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. We'll go instead to Brother Edmund Yakani, CEO of SEPO and activist at the same time. Edmund, activate your mic and strictly 5 minutes to give your analysis and your perspective in regard to the 5 days of public consultation in Juba. And I'm happy too, you are in Juba and you have been following up this debate for the last 4 months. Thank you. Yes, Yakani?
Yeah,
we are not
thank you very
you.
much. I would like to put my
All
video
right.
off in order to really get advantage of the internet. So, yep. Thank you very much. My 5 minutes. I want you. You're not hearing me?
Yeah, you are. You are clear now.
Are you getting me?
Go on. Yes.
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
Of course, you are clear, Edmund. Go on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I put my video off in order to tell. Yes. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to set some facts very clear. One thing is that our leaders should be aware that this debate around the dredging is within the general context of what we call the water politics, or what people call the next generation of wars is the wars about the waters. And this debate came at a moment where all South Sudanese were informed about the debate going between Egypt, Sudan, and over the dam in Blue Nile. So all of us are informed. So we are not sort of like completely agreeing to, we have been following all those debates. So this debate came at a moment where people are aware of water politics in the region and issues of interests attached to the waters, and specifically Egypt in particular, the way how they conduct their business with Ethiopia, with Sudan. We are informed. We have been following those debates. So that's one thing I'd like to make it very clear, that we're not coming from not an informed background. We are coming from an informed background. And this message have to go very clear to our leaders who believe that some of us are arguing because we're not informed. No, we are informed. We've been tracking all these debates between Sudan, Egypt, and Ethiopia. That's one fact I want to put it very clear. Secondly, the concept of dredging. I know there's a sentiments that come from our leaders about the concept of dredging. Some will say we have politicized dredging. Some were saying, no, we need to save the lives of the people rather than not saving the Sudd. Some were saying, look here, the dredging, we've been using it as a Jonglei Canal, we've been using it as a propaganda, the dredging is a good. Some were saying, no, dredging, we've seen almost like what my brother said, the first speaker, that our politicians have built political consensus to pursue the dredging project to go ahead because of their life experience. The facts also I want to put forward is that the climate change during their time, climate challenges are not the same climate challenges of today. 50 years ago, issues of climate change were not so tense like currently and the upcoming future. This is something also we're concerned about it, that climate change is becoming real and it's affecting lives. These are some facts we need to put very forward. When it comes to the dredging, one thing that people are so reserved about, and it's very clear in all the debates, I've been following for the last 5 months, since when late Peter Manaw was engaging and when Egyptians start talking about it, we've been closely following. We've been closely tracking what is happening, what's going on, and some of the statements issued by my colleague, the first speaker, are really holding waters that I like to confirm to that. So the issue of dredging is people are asking themselves, how deep are you going to dredge? Because the concept of clearing the rivers for navigation is something that we need to take a complete scientific study. Why scientific study? We need to know environmental impact. We need to know economical impact. We need to know social impact. And these days, water has become a national security issue. We need to know security interest in the waters. And we're saying, look here, don't rush for dredging, don't rush for clearing. Do these necessary scientific studies to inform us about our national interest. Then how do we pursue it? That's one thing that we need to put forward. Then there's argument that already machines are in the town. And these machines have cost billions of dollars. We say, yes, if machines have come in country, park these machines. Our engineers are available. Let's do all the necessary studies. Then our engineers will take up the business. But people are in hurry, they're pushing. And one thing that we're so suspicious that if it's Egyptian engineers, how are they deep how are they going to dig the water, how deep it is? Because it have its impact. And I don't repeat myself with what the expert have said. And you see the facts expert have provided that if you want to work on the water, if you want to open the rivers, what are the essential necessary scientific concerns that we take into account? And that's what we're saying, because absence of those concerns, there's no studies being done, allow us to do studies and then we can move forward. That's something I'd like to make it very clear. The other point I want to make it very clear is that nobody's against clearing of the rivers for navigation. All of us were aware that river transport is cheaper, but we can't have river transport in a manner that we don't know our national interest. And I know some of our leaders, some of the VP says, yes, there's a national interest attached, but this national interest has not been published. We need this national interest to be published. We need to know what is it exactly. And why now? That's the question, is that the question of that, if it's a question of the floods, there's other options for the floods that we can see. Personally, I'm somebody who is concerned about the floods. Unity State, I've been traveling there regularly in person, and I've been pushing journalists. We start reporting about to mobilize donors' money to see alternatives. There are other alternatives we can do for this flooding in Unity State. Besides, of course, yes, we are aware that River Naham is already been shrinked, but we need to clear it. But we need to clear it through after studies, and we need to clear it with our own engineers, because we don't want people who will do things behind the game at the end of the day that it does not affect. It does not favor our national interest, whether being it as an economical interest, being it an environmental interest, or being it a social interest, or being it a security interest. So that's one thing I'd like to make it very clear in terms of the dredging. So, and that's why massive population of the country appreciate President for suspending the business. And President suspension doesn't mean stop. What the President did is that I suspend, and I ask the Ministry of Environment and Forestry as a relevant concerned institution to do all the necessary scientific studies and then inform us. But we have seen some leaders are commanding. They're commanding as if the power is for them forever. They should know that that power is not for them forever. That power is the power of the citizens. At any time they will quit. They should know history of others who have been in such position like them and they quit. Where are they now? Who dare believe Gaddafi will go? Who dare believe Saddam Hussein will go? Who dare believe Bashir will go? And we respect our leaders that listen to the voice of the citizens. The voice of the citizens is paramount on the seat that you're sitting on. So some people feel because they're powerful with the office around them, they have guards, some of us have been receiving threats simply because we try to pursue the opinion that no, let us have fast scientific studies. Let scientific studies inform our intervention. We do care about the lives of our own citizens in Unity State. We do care about the lives of our own citizens in Jonglei, in Central Equatoria, that where we have seen flooding is happening. We do care about their lives, but we need to do something that it meets a public interest or meet our national interest as citizens, that we feel these things. And one of the things that we're a bit suspicious, and one thing that I'd like to make very clear, I've been closely tracking Egypt. Egypt has some businesses in WOW, in Western Barghazal State, that if some of us have to go for scientific and complete proper investigation, we may find some facts about Egypt that they're doing some malicious program. So we are not mobilizing public against Egypt like what some of our leaders have been saying, that we've been mobilizing people anti-Egypt. No, we're not anti-Egypt. Our problem is that if you're doing anything, let's do it scientifically in the way that it meets our defined national interest. But our defined national interest in the waters are not yet defined, it's unknown. And that's why all what my colleagues have said before, suspiciousness about politically motivated, monetary motivated, or some of them who have been given some kickbacks, and that the kickbacks are now speaking in the way how they speak. That's one thing that I'd like to make it very clear, that our leaders need to listen to our voices. They're not there for themselves, they're there for us. That's something we need to make it very clear that our leaders need to understand. My final conclusion in my 5 minutes that I'd like to draw, colleagues, when our leaders have their interest to pursue, they will easily build consensus. I was asking some of you of them, why are they not building the same consensus to implement the agreement? We have seen them cross political ideology that clash. They all build consensus for the dredging. And I'm wondering, That energy that politicians forget their political differences over the power and they're pursuing the dredging, can they use the same thing to make peace and stability? Because our first national interest is to have peace and stability in this country. They are dragging their feet in implementing the revitalized agreement for 3 years. But in 4 months, consensus are reached across, call it IG, call it IO, call it whatever. All of them reach consensus. They want to pursue this project. That's why there's a big question mark. Why consensus? And they say, look here, we need to save the lives of our people. Like as if we should lose our Sudd region, which is a heritage site, actually, which is a very good resource that it is more better than the oil. The oil is not renewable. So, by saying we are aware of the politics of the waters in the region, we are aware of the next wars are going to be over the waters. We can't be manipulated. My final conclusion is that if our leaders were saying that they want to save the lives of the people in the floods, how much money have we released in the Council of Ministers in the name of rescuing the lives of people in the floods? Why those money are not changing lives? I know the last one was 10 million US dollars. Where have the 10 million US dollars gone? We have never seen anything. But why is only some money around 3 million or something that people are beating drums and even politicians threatening? And I remember in the Freedom Hall, even someone making a drama that completely we started wondering, what is behind this drama? Drama of threatening, drama of saying, you know, during our youthhood, during our childhood. Yes, your youthhood time, climate factors, climate concerns are not the same like of today. We are concerned about climate issues from now to our next future. So we can't play around with it. That's what I'd like to conclude by saying we are not against dredging. Dredging is a good idea, but it should be done in a scientific manner. And I will appreciate President. I appreciate Sudanese expert. I appreciate Undersecretary and the Minister of Environment. And I wish that none of those experts should lose his life or her life because of standing for best national interest. Because I know some of the leaders are now looking for options on how to silence our voices. You can silence our voice, but you cannot silence the stand of people in the national interest. They should remember the history, where we are coming from. We are coming from, the first background is that we have concern about the waters before our identity. Our identity is linked with the waters. South Sudan is a nation of waters. We can't play with the waters. The waters are much more 100% better than the oil. The oil, you can't renew it. Water is something that we can't play with it like that. So our message is that we are not against the waters. And my final call, I know some of them are with us in this platform, wherever platform they're listening, they will go tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday. They report back to their offices. I would like to tell them, if you're reporting back to the office, say the citizens have said, let everything be done scientifically, scientific studies. And we must take the ownership of whether we're clearing the rivers for navigation or we're digging the rivers for navigation. We have our own engineers. South Sudan become an independent with learned people. We are not independent country like those countries previously in 60s, in 70s, where there's no learned people. We are educated. We have gone to school. Their time of their youthhood is different from the time of today and the future to come. Environment matters for us so much. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much, Brother Edmond Yakani. It is a valid question. What have our leaders seen in this project? They all agree unanimously. And if they were to use that energy to implement the agreement, I think by now everything would have been in the right place. Thank you so much for that question. Let me go straight to welcome Dr. Sunday De John to give his perspective before we move to the question section. Dr. Sunday, activate your mic and take your time.
Thank you very much, my young brother, Majuk Makur. And to begin with, I would like to extend my warm greetings to my big brother, Abraham Awolech, and my brother, Edmond Yakini, my brother, Billy, and also my brother, Bolmakura Chen. I am glad to be with you again today on an important matter, the recent debate and our views about it. First of all, before the debate started, we learned from the social media that there were equipments, the heavy one brought from Egypt through Sudan to Unity State for the purposes of dredging Naham River. And when we joined the social media in advocating for the comprehensive knowledge about this dredging, we were referred to as social media criminals by one of the ministers that was lamenting in a funeral of the fallen minister, Honorable Manawa Peter Garkwat. And from that time, we developed resilience because we don't just call ourselves South Sudanese for the sake of it. There are reasons why you must be a South Sudanese. And there are things that make home what it should. And our country is actually made beautiful and great because of several gifts that we have. But above all, we have the Nile and all its tributaries that we consider as not only national heritage, is a source of livelihood, as my brothers have alluded to before. So it is this that made us write extensively about this issue, and we shared our opinion with different categories of our society. And we are here today to argument on our previous argument so that we can be able to see how best our country can be run in a manner that does not deprive us, this generation and the generations to come, of their vital resources, now the water, and all the things we get from water. When the debate was ongoing, it came exactly as mentioned, but the most commendable aspect of it is a creation of platform for an healthy debate, which happened following the address of the president on the July 9th to put in place what we refer to as expert consultation, so people can talk about the Nile water and the related activities that are to be carried out along it. Of note is the voice of Professor John Akech, which I should humbly say is a man of the people, somebody that needs to be supported in his quest to ensure South Sudan is not affected by the rowdy politicians even further following the conflict that they themselves have caused. Now, my point on the debate was healthy from the sides of the experts, and the public has got the satisfaction. And the creator of the platform, that is none other but Salva Kiir and John Akech, do deserve my commendation, regardless of whether I have political differences with him or not. Simply because when a right decision has been taken, nobody will oppose any other person for the reason of just opposition. It makes no sense. First, the dredging matter has a number of dimensions, but I will only focus on few things. One, the question that can come up and that I think was not answered is this: why is the dredging important today? There are answers that can be generated. Some people will say it's because of the flood. There is flooding, and that flood has displaced people in different parts of the country, which is correct. Okay, we have seen the flood and the consequences. That is completely in place. And now, we did not ask ourselves that does the dredging solve that? From the scientific point of view, dredging is not a solution to flooding. There are very simple measures that, if we put them in place, can easily augment the resilience of the people, and the flood will completely be mitigated. That is one. Is this the first time flood has come? No, it's not the first time. It has come on several counts, and it will come. It is not going to stop. Not anywhere had dredging been used as a tool of mitigation of floods. That has not happened. There are so many best methods that we have written about and that we have given out there. but that have never been considered by the government of South Sudan. Now, a new trend emerged as ministers were trying to put across that rivers deserve being dredged for the navigation reasons. And they also allege that rivers are becoming forest. All these theories do not have any science attached to them. They are emotional reactions directed at the citizen as preventive measures from the repercussions that the government of South Sudan will shoulder. First, on acknowledgement of Dr. Riek Machar, South Sudan government or individuals within the government have accepted the Egyptian money. They have already utilized it. And now this project must happen in the interest of Egypt and as needed. And so they cannot consider the fact that citizens are the custodians of the Nile. They are the owners. And only them are stewards being given the responsibility for oversight reason. In that aspect, the ministers are not arguing from an informed angle, and they have not reasoned beyond the idea of dredging must happen simply because of the money attached to it that has already been used in a manner that we do not know as South Sudanese. First of all, we have not authorized our leaders to borrow or to ask Egypt to make dredging as a priority so money is brought to South Sudan and is spent. That is not the factor. There is no feasibility study. How did Wani and Ilya Lomoro and Dr. Riek Machar know that the Nile is not navigable? First of all, we do not have streamers in South Sudan. We don't have streamers. Where is our port where these streamers have docked? Mindina Bawakir, we don't have any streamers in South Sudan. Where are we getting the transport from? Sudanese streamers have never come to South Sudan for known reasons over years. And there are no any other streamers from Uganda that have been stopped from arriving in the country because the Nile has not been dredged. If we look at it from the angle of sincerity, with the science involved, we can be able to see that South Sudan government is only interested in this dredging, and we know very well Kir is an individual and he cannot override the Council of Ministers when it is doing its debate. So the debates went on, and you have seen yesterday, even some ministers are too rowdy that they are ready to even kill. They were telling experts outright by the voice of Angelina Teng that if the experts are too arrogant or too adamant in emphasizing on the points they have made as the basis that could be utilized, maybe somebody can get lost. This should be taken into quotation, and we have to be custodian of also the security of our consultants that were involved in these dredging issues. The only angle is money. The other angle is politics. The politicians have known that this issue is sticky, and so they must make it happen so Kir Mayadit becomes the victim. Because this one is an immediate source of public uprise. Okay? It's an immediate source of public uprise. Should they dredge tomorrow by force, citizens will use the same tactics used by the SPLA to stop it. Dredging only deepens the water source and widen its banks. So it is not accommodative because the flood water is too huge that even if you dig it 1 million meters downward, you will not accommodate it all. It is coming from far. And we have also not seen through our environmental agencies that this flood is a backflow of water. Egypt has every trick it can play. For example, when the Ethiopian opted for the Renaissance Dam, immediately by filling that dam with water and generating their hydroelectric power, Egypt has lost 7% of water that comes from Blue Nile. And because South Sudanese are regarded as underdogs who have no capacity, because their ministers can be bribed with money, so they turn to South Sudan to compensate for 7% of water lost on the side of Blue Nile. First and foremost, Egypt does not own the Nile. And the argument that we don't own the Nile, as mentioned many times by ministers, is not true. Okay? Yes, we do not own the Nile. It came from its source, from Tanganyika and Victoria, as it is navigable to Egypt. We don't own it, but the portion that falls within our jurisdiction is part of our territorial integrity. We can utilize it for our good. First, why is Egypt interested in protecting us from flood alone, when Egypt is aware that we have many other dimensions that are afflicting South Sudan, including the outcry by Riek Machar, not very other person, but Riek Machar himself, that there is no money to implement the agreement? Why can't they ask Egypt to use that money for a vital project? That is the implementation of peace. That is aspect number one. Aspect number two, we don't need to allow our water just to flow for the sake of flow. First of all, we have lost rivers already, not because of lack of dredging, but because of the climatic change. For example, if you see the river that comes from Ye passing through Yerul, it was having a companion river. That river is called Dongdit. Today, as we are speaking, Dongdit is dry. And now when the dredging is done, the river will be steep and the water will run still directly to Egypt. They have already created artificial lakes and a network of rivers, even within their cities. And that is what they need our water for. Egypt considers this water as not vital to others, but to itself. And that is the basis it has waged war. Number three, the issue of this water is very adamant, and it is something associated with the conflict of our country. When South Sudanese felt out for political reasons, Egypt was a big sponsor for different rebel categories. And now it is time for payback. The rebels have gone back to the government. So they have to pay the debts that they incurred by signing underground memorandum of understanding with different countries, either to supply them with ammunition or cash. This is a compensatory mechanism. And the leaders are hell-bent with the political matters. If you look at them from the time we saw them debating, from the body language, you have heard how humbly Awudeng has responded, how humbly Madud Biar has responded, how humbly the likes of Diu Matok have responded. They are not even aware that there were equipment from Egypt brought into our territories. And the reason why they are not aware is the project is not national in nature. It has anchors. And now politicians are using it as a tool of sensitizing some areas to compensate for their political losses. And we have seen of late, Riek Machar has lost huge support, given the dimension of his tribal political inclinations. The Nuer have seen they have been deceived by Riek over years. And they have also seen that Riek Machar, after reaching Juba, the government of South Sudan becomes familial. It becomes his family matter, where the in-laws and the wives become the ministers, when he has seen over 200,000 or more South Sudanese ferry because of his quest to return to leadership. If you look at them like that, Riek was losing ground. He lost a chunk of his army, not necessarily because of bribes. That government of South Sudan has no money to bribe every South Sudanese. If there was money, it could be used for infrastructure, and that is the best bribe South Sudanese can get, and more other developmental agenda. But because Riek has lost Nuer, he is using floods as a tool of anchoring himself. Okay? He is now saying that people of Unity State have been displaced. This flood has even reached a will. It has displaced people here in Jonglei. And in Akoba, cows are grazing in water, and they are dying in excess. But why there? It's simply because he wants to create an anchor. If I go like that, I don't want to turn this debate as politics. But it is political in nature. Why would leaders make a decision that is not informed? By the end of the day, Kir believes that what ministers can approve is something he can go for because this is his cabinet. But is he also not a culprit? We are thankful only because he has brought it back to us. Now, we have seen the angle of politics, we have seen the angle of resources, we have seen the angle of mere hatred. When you are in position of authority, you become susceptible to a number of things. One category of people will hate you because it is you, for that reason. The category of people that will be affected by your decisions will also hate you. You will only be liked by very few. And for that matter, I can say that this dredging issue should not happen. It should not happen, and the experts' recommendations have to be considered and implemented timely. But the best decision is the idea to suspend all the activities along the Nile should remain binding. And I have written and shared it with the public that should that dredging go on, those Egyptians or whoever expert that they have brought to dredge should be kidnapped by the citizens because it is their livelihood. The rivers are like what? Like network. Once you create a loophole, you know the principle of water. Rivers are crooked simply because waters go to the areas of low resistance. Now you are going to create the dredging. The whole matter is the Sudd region is a sponge that is mitigating the flood itself. And it is the one that stores water for our animals, right or left. Whether you are in Bibor, whether you are where, the animals are the source of the livelihood of nearly 60 to 70% of the South Sudanese population. And they benefit from the Sudd region because it is the sustenance of what we call feeder rivers outside. It is the Sudd region that has the force of what we call water reflection. By the time the sun hits the Sudd region with water under it, there will be what? Evaporation. And the evaporated water will condense into clouds that will become rains. So our agricultural subsistence farming can easily become flourishing. This is a science. We know very well that if rivers are dredging, whether to remove silt or any debris, will deepen and it will create the looseness of the soil. So the dredging itself will not even take years. Egypt needs to fill excavated rivers quickly. But the dredging will not solve our problem because there will be more debris. Because the water body table has been disturbed and there will be more accumulation. It could even contribute even to more flooding, not necessarily on downstream, but it can spill over. Look here, phytoplanktons are the plants that are eaten by the aquatic organisms. And the zooplanktons therein, they will all be affected. We will be losing fish. We will lose agriculture. We will be in the desert. And you have seen there are live examples that have happened as a consequence of this dredging. There is a country here in South Asia, in Asia. You can see the streamers that were there are only in the dry land. And that was the impact of Russia dredging their river. And then the water goes and they remain with nothing. Today they suffer from just lack of water to drink. Why must we allow this? This issue of the Nile, if Egypt thinks is superior to South Sudan, I agree they can be very superior. But we cannot stop from sustaining our existence just by saying we are weak, so anybody must piss on us. No, this will cost generations their life and everything. It is not a matter of jokes. We are not joking about it. We are serious about it. Nile water and the digging of Jonglei Canal are red lines. Have you seen Riek Machar is trying to be very fishy, saying the objective of the SPLM by denying Jonglei Canal to be dug were political. Okay? And they want now, including Wani Iga, to create lies in the name of John Garang because he is no longer in existence. We're not going to permit that. We don't have to lie in the name of a dead man. Today, I cannot name my siblings or any other member of my family that my father has said it, and it was political. I should not alter his words. The objective of the SPLM that were established in its manifesto in 1983, Riek Machar joined in 1985. He could not know the foundational stone and why it was vital. The digging of Jonglei Canal, you see, Jonglei Canal is over 400 kilometers, okay? And it was just a shortcut to bypass the Sudd. Egypt has been fighting with the Sudd region. Sudd is an attractor of rain. It can also affect the neighboring countries if it is made dry. And we are not going to call ourselves this good for that reason. So if a wrong decision is being made, we cannot accept it. Not because we are bad citizens, but we are good citizens that need our country to remain good, as it should. Why would leaders make decisions that are irrational, that are completely political and interest-serving? We're not going to go by the interests of individuals. They have done enough for us. We have died because of them. We have lost some other good things, including our reputation. Okay? We are not respected worldwide simply because we are known of chaos. Is that not a damage enough? All these are cumulative effects of bad leadership that has been run. And we are now seeing their true colors. The debates that they make in their Council of Ministers are not healthy at all. If this debate was attracting an outrage, and they seem to have no information even, okay? They are not scientific in thinking. They are too manual that they want to use their ranks every day. But these decisions do not require that. I have talked much. I will participate in the session. First of all, Egypt can close the dams, so there is a backflow of water. Have they made any study? Did they put devices that can detect the flow of water? Is this flood necessarily coming from Uganda? How much has it affected those other countries that are closer to the Nile source? Here in Kenya, there is no much an issue of flood. Yet the source of Nile is here. Lake Victoria is here. The same thing in Uganda, although there were heat, and mostly it was contributed to by rain. But why is flood in South Sudan persistent? We cannot rightly go and open up the dams of Egypt to check whether they have been closed or not. But we can check using the advanced technology in the water, the hydrological systems, so we can be able to detect if this water is even coming backward. Maybe they are the makers of the flood, so we can be able to say there is a reason to dredge in their interests. Look here, we are not alone. We are not alone. We are with the world. Nobody will punish us for sticking to our rights. If they think Egypt will, it is like long time ago, we have a place called Karer in Yerul. One of our people went to make a deal with a businessman, and they went to look for Israeli people that are good in farming, and forgetting about our animals that are around Bar, they want to go there straight away, take our soil, test it, come and farm it without consulting the communities concerned. We called that person to the hall and we told him outright that you are at wrong. This land does not belong to you. It belongs to us. And you cannot make decision just for the sake of making decision for your monetary benefit. We cannot allow this to happen. And then he threatened that in Tongmonjang, I will translate in English, that that these things will be heavier for you. It has a big tail. In other words, it's just like you will face huge consequences. Israel is here. What does Israel want in South Sudan? So it come and farm our land by force? Let them come. We told them, get away on their way. Let them come to us. We will get them. Now, what I want to say about this is, if Riek Machar, if Wani, if Ilya Lomoro are saying that Kanala Yol Nwak Nwak, we are going not to accept that. And I want to send a message. People of Unity State, people of Jonglei, people of Lakes, people of Awil, people of Warab, you are all being affected by flood. There is no paper here. If anybody is pretending that he is your voice, that is a lie. Riek Machar is not the voice of people of Unity State. He could have not employed Angelina as a minister and some of the other people. He would have thought that Unity State has other people other than members of my family. This is hypocrisy of the highest order. And we are not going to mince words because of this. It is not dredging that will help Unity State. We have to ask the government to institute flood mitigation measures. Dredging is not one of them. Number two, why is it Egypt that is interested in dredging? Why? What we need from Egypt, if they are serious and they think that it is only the reason of flood, that is why they are bringing money to dredge the Nile, they should acknowledge that one of the mitigation measures is the construction of dams. We need dams. Those can easily stop the flood. We need dams. We have Fuller and other points. This must be considered. Also, why will water just go to Egypt? We need electricity. So we become industrialized. If Nile is the reason why a nation becomes industrialized, we also need agricultural aspect of it. All the research reviews that were made by Manawa Peter Garquat through his ministry, whether through expert or him individually, were all rubbish. They do not have any scientific basis. They were imaginary. There is no project in it. It is just fulfillment of the interest of Egypt. And if there is project, it is individual. It is maybe money to the bank accounts of specific people, which we don't care about. We care that we remain with our fauna and flora intact, being undisturbed. Also, the cattle keepers, whether they are in Unity State, whether they are in low areas of Akobo, whether they are in the territories of Gawar, whether they are in territories of Awil, Warab and Yirul, and Rumbek as a whole, should understand that these animals have not stopped dying. With every other flood season, they die, but they have seeds. By the time you bring 10, 15 cows, the whole area will be overpopulated. While the flood has killed animals, we are also very much suspicious that Egypt could be the reason why we are losing these resources. And we must not serve their interests. Our interests must come first. The interests of South Sudan. Here, we don't see any interest. If it is an issue of navigation, we don't have streamers. We are not even traveling through the Nile to Egypt. It has never happened. And I have to be shown where the streamer has stopped from arriving. What I have seen are the light motorboats that can even run on rainwater. Okay? This is not a matter of exaggeration. The Nile is not, it has not closed. There are no debris in it that warrant this as an immediate matter. We have so many good issues that need to be addressed first. Where is the priority? Where is the priority list? The government of South Sudan should show us that this is the priority list so we can help them select what we need immediately as citizens. I will stop here as we wait for the questions. But all the things that are here are completely irrational, politically motivated, either to overthrow Kir or to retrench yourself. That is it. I do not know. People like Makunlweth would just talk for the sake of it. We do not have to bank on what they know in the past. They are BBC. We have mentioned it many times. They were born before the computer. Okay? They existed before the computers. They don't have vital information. The ideas in their minds are outdated. They should allow the generation of science to determine the fate of the people of South Sudan. I'm not advocating for generational exit. I am advocating for generational entrance. When Brother Deng Gudatur was in front there, if he was also flanked by other evil young people, even what the debate did not touch is the health aspect. Okay? There is an health aspect to this. The dredging itself is hazardous. By the time these debris are brought on the land surface, they contain chemicals that can even contaminate the environment well. Okay? And that becomes another reason that need to be considered. All in all, this is a public policy matter that requires the public to participate. And it should not be made by people who react. It should be made by people who think while making decisions. I will stop here while we wait for the reaction of the crowd that has come, or the audience, to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunday De John, for well thought and well articulated issues in regard to the dredging and the resumption of Jonglei Canal altogether. Actually, you have touched almost each and every part and every section of this pernicious project being imposed on us. On my desk, I have 3 questions, and thereafter we can move to the audience in case if there is any questions under the comment section. And my deputy chair, who is controlling, and the chair, Isaac, will be in a position to let us know if there is any questions in the comment section. Yeah, my first questions we are sorry, our viewers, our 2 guests dropped. I think Abraham Awalik has a business or anything engaged on or in, that is why he dropped. And we have Bill Luke because of Juba Network. That is why he dropped too. But still we have this great mind in the studio, Dr. Sunday De John and Edmund Yakani. They will try their best to make sure they address these 3 questions and even other questions that might arise. My first question to you, Edmund Yakani, is after you have seen and you have monitored very closely from the beginning up to now, what is the future of the report, the consultation committee report? Will this child be delivered successfully, or will miscarriage occur between the child delivered, this child call report, considering the behaviors of some of the top officials during the 5th day of the public consultation, considering that the presidency constituted of Big 6 is usually divided, 3 presidents for it, and 2 vice presidents are silent, and president himself also is unknown. The only thing he did is to give us a chance, other citizens, to air out our opinions. Also considering the divisions in the parliaments, at least 60% of parliamentarians are against it, but few are for it. Also look at honorable ministers, as brother Dr. Sunday highlighted some of them before. Kindly putting all this into the context, do you think this child called public consultation report will be delivered successfully, or the miscarriage might take place? Take your 3 minutes, Edmund Yakani, and Dr. Sunday will chip in. Edmund, take over. Sorry, Edmund Yakani is not there. He dropped because of network, but I will give this chance to Dr. Sunday to tell us his perspective, whether this child will be delivered successfully or not. The public consultation report. Take your time, Sunday.
Thank you very much, Majuk, for this vital question. You see, when questions are brought up, they also highlight on gray areas that have been omitted, something like that. To me, the report that will be compiled by Taj Al-Kazim, Majuk, and Dr. Salwa, as you have questioned me, whether it would be safe or in jeopardy, given the behaviors that we have seen, I can easily say that the report is safe. The report will be safe, simply because, one, we don't doubt its credibility. It is going to be made in such a way that there is professionalism of the highest order in it. If you look at the experience of Dr. Taj Al-Kazim, he has been calling himself the guardian of the Nile for the last 50 years. And Majuk Chol is our generation. is a man that would want to see a prosperous South Sudan. And Salwa is an expert of legal background. Their integrity is not in question. Even amidst threats, they will not be compromised. However, from their point to point B, that is the presidency, this is where the culpability may come. But having seen the sensitivity of the matter, he reacted in a simple way. He first said, this is a public issue. Public should be involved, which was a good reaction. It is a good sign. Sign number two is he authorized the Ministry of the Environment, not the Ministry of Water, because Ministry of Water has been involved in the manipulation process. Even the undersecretary was being coerced by a number of government officials, including Taban Dengai. Okay? The undersecretary has admitted to the public that he was being coerced, so he omitted certain meetings because the decisions being made are not favorable to the public and he should not take part in that. The person called Africano. Now he has a clean hand. So we do not think Kir will use this important matter as a matter of shelving the report. No. He will make a credible decision on it. I do not know how Kir make his decisions, but I know for one, the sensitivity of this matter will make him not to allow any vulture to piss on the Nile waters, for that matter. So the report to me will be safe because it is not being given to the Council of Ministers. There is no any council resolution that has asked for public consultation. It is the presidency that is an institution. Okay? And presidency is not just like that. It will be handling this in conjunction with the parliament. So our hopes are not very thin because the parliamentarian knows the interests of their people, even if they were not elected. Nobody will work as a representative of people with a hell-bent kind of disadvantaging them. So what we can do is to advocate more, not necessarily to discuss the content of the report, but to talk about how it should be safeguarded. This is the work of the media. It is the work of the scholars. We will have to keep Kir reminded. Kir has two choices. One, throw away this report to please the ministers, or keep it to please the public. And we sometimes acknowledge the truth. If Kir was there from Anyanya days to today, giving himself as a fighter when there was no money, we are now saying he clings to power because he knows the usefulness. But those days, what was his benefits? Maybe the love of people. And if that is still there in him and has not been washed away by the deals here and there, Egypt will not pick him and slaughter him. Egypt will face South Sudanese. What we need from him is to say, no, this belongs to my people. And they have already expressed their views that this should not be touched until the appropriate time comes. We don't say right projects should not be executed. No, they can be executed. But this one is not a priority. It is a rush issue. Some people are running away with it to gain from it. But that is not how the issues are done per the national interest. So Kir will have to choose to please the ministers or ask the public. And if I were him, my choice is the public, not the few ministers that are unruly. Even if those ministers can chase him away, he will be a happy man because he has sided with the public. You don't side with people that are disadvantaging people. On top, Riek Machar has already made it clear that he wants Jonglei Canal to be dug. There are good consequences about it. They win. That is nonsense. It is just a kind of politics that he is trying to stage himself as somebody that knows politics too much, and when he is only going for something that will disadvantage his people. And for your information, I don't hate Riek. but his decisions are always erroneous. They have bad consequences. Okay? The decision he makes always birth bad consequences. So we should not go by his decision. We will have to ask, when decisions are being made on this later, they should be subjected to public concern or public reaction to say, thank you. Those officials are not the South Sudan. They can be overridden and there is no crime in it because their decisions are not helping us. They have made resolutions about it. They have even eaten Egyptian money, and they have even brought Ministry of Water and Irrigation of Egypt into South Sudan. Can't Egypt be represented by embassy if it is an issue of diplomatic relations? Why is there ministry in our country? To do what? We don't need their generators. We don't need their generators. If it is not an issue of corruption, we do not even need handouts of medicine from Egypt. We can easily have our infrastructure that is in place and that can help our people. More so, our citizens are not very comfortable in Egypt. They are victims. They have been mistreated there. I do not say we should sever ties with Egypt, but we should deal with Egypt while knowing our interest. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Sunday De John, for your answers to the questions. Actually, we don't question the integrity of the committee. We believe in them. And the questions was actually the one that you touched from point A to point B. That is the office of president, and how the report will leave the office of president to the parliaments, and from the parliaments to his council of ministers table. So whether this report will survive in that location. Yeah, Edmund Yakani, activate your mic and take the floor.
Majuk,
Yes.
since our brother Edmund had a network problem, there is something that I want to
Thank you very much. One thing I'd like to make it very clear is that the directive for suspension of dredging is not, it is the office of president. So it is, hello? I'm available.
Yes, you are available. Can you go ahead? We can hear you.
Can I answer or can he ask his question?
Go on, Edmund.
go ahead, Edmund.
Can I go ahead with answering the question?
Yes.
I think he can't hear us. We drop him and let him come back again. While we dropping him, we will go back after him later to pick the question. We have few questions here in the comment side that all the panels need to answer them. So
Yes.
Bol Makur was having a word, something to say before. Here he comes. You can go ahead, Edmund. Can you hear us?
I can hear because somebody was seeking something. Can I go ahead with answering the question?
Yes, answer. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one, it is a president who commissioned the suspension. And it was also a president who commissioned the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to carry out scientific surveys. So the faith of this report is really depending on the personality of the president. So I'm quite sure The president, as Dr. Sunday have said, the president have seen the sensitivity of this case. And for me, there's a reputation of the president in such environment. Remember the reverse of the 32 states to 10 states. And remember the same Freedom Hall, people made drama in the Freedom Hall about 32 states, but what end up the same evening, president reversed to 10 because he know where is the debate taking the country to. And he want to make sure that he leave a legacy of keeping the country united. And I'm quite sure president is going to listen to the South Sudanese experts who are going to carry, as Dr. Sandab said, under Dr. Taj, the report, we're quite sure it will carry quality. And the report will be presented to the president. And one thing I'd like to tell you very clear, if you see this debate around the dredging from perspective of the government, there's a divided opinion, like Dr. Sandab said, there's a lack of coordination. Like it seems even within the presidency, some of them have their own position that the president is not aware. When the president made a decision of reversing, it seems like the speech of the president was not seen by some members of the presidency, the way how they reacted. So it's very clear that the president in person have taken responsibility of the constitutional power he have to listen to our voices. And our recommendation is that the faith of that report is depending on the personality of the president. It is him to kill it. It is him to make it right. Dredging is not bad, but we need to see a national interest. We need to see involvement of national experts. Yes, you can clear the river to improve navigation, but we need to do it scientifically, not emotional, not political. That's one thing I would say. But also what Dr. Sandab said, for example, in Unity State, let's play around with water in Unity State. With the polluted environment we have there, it's going to have a lot of health consequences, as Dr. Sandab have said. How much study have we done? If we are to remove substance from the river, radiation, are we taking into account? If we are to make other water to fall into, to flow into the Dredging River, do we take radiation into account? And we are aware of already the consequences of the pollution of water in Unity State. And I remember the first deputy speaker in the Council of the States, Mary Ayen, stood up strongly because of that until she pushed, until some leaders have to acknowledge. So I will say there are genuine voices who have a genuine reason that we must do a scientific way in handling the floods issue. The flood issue is not handled politically. We should not use only a narrative story that during when we were children, these things were going on. No. As I say, the climate change is bigger. So for me, everything is based on the president. And the only way we can president to remain focused is one, some few parliamentarians need to raise a motion in the parliament, specifically the environmental committee, need to raise a motion and suspend through a parliamentary debate any action and endorse the position of the president with a parliamentary decision. So nobody will play around with it. That's one thing we need to put into our mind. And I think that's next step is that we need to lobby some parliamentarians to take a step over that. The next step is that also some of us need to hurry urgently and petition Sudd, the Sudd region to be heritage site. We must campaign Sudd region to be a heritage site so that we can have international reputation to that. Like what Dr. Sandab said, legal person like Selwa is aware. We are aware of all our national experts. The issue is not that we are not caring about the lives of our own citizens that are affected with the floods. We care, but we need to see scientific way. We should not do something like, look at the one thing that disturbs me. Look at the oil rush. When Bashir rushed with the drilling of the oil in Unity, what do we have now in Unity? Children are born deformed, animals are dying, and today we're saying we want to repeat the same mistake. Like what has happened in Unity for the business of the oil, we want to repeat into the water, and the water is a long-term lifeline source, is a fact of livelihood in our country. So we can't really play around with it the same way we play with the oil. So that's why for me, everything depends on the presidents. And I think what we need to do as a citizen is to keep appreciating president and to keep telling president, follow your decision. You are the highest authority. These ministers can make their dramas, they can make their statements. We don't hate them, we are not against them. We listen to them, we respect them, they're holding offices. But the most important thing is that let's do it scientifically. And it's everything depending on the president, because president commissioned the suspension and president commissioned the scientific study. So president is in charge and he should handle that until the end results. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Edmund, for that. And thank you too again for letting citizens know that our role is not yet over. We still have more things to do in order to keep reminding presidents, which was said earlier by Dr. Sunday, Before I move further to my last question, because there are more questions on the other side, I'll give it to my co-host, Bolmakur, to comment. Thereafter, we'll move back to the questions. Bol, you can take over.
Thank you, Majuk. I watched the clip which was played on the 5 days meeting. And the doctor who came from Egypt said something. It's boggling my mind. He was given a chance to answer the question. All those questions which were asked, he did not answer them manfully. And then there's one thing that he said. He said Egypt is the elephant in the house. Egypt is the elephant in the house. And I was like saying, how would Egypt be in the elephant in the house and he is somebody who is needing something from us? We should be the elephant. So this one gave me a security-minded question. And last night, when the president of Lake State Media assigned me to do this show, I went furthermore and do little research. And I find that I contact somebody on the ground. What does this machine contain? This person needs his name to be held. He said this machine, they contain anti-bulletproof. Why this machine contain anti-bulletproof? Is anybody among the cabinet and parliamentarians aware about this? Also, how did this machine arrive to South Sudan without national security awareness? So this question came to my mind. So Dr. Sunday, is anybody aware about this machine, how they get into the country and what they contain? Somebody claimed that they contain anti-bullet. If they are really for the dredging, that we knew before those years back, as Minister Michael claimed. Did he examine this machine? Are they equivalent to those machines in those days? Or this machine have a different capacity? Have anybody examined? Because if he said that our dredging in the 70s was just okay, have we examined this machine, how deep they will dredge the River Nile? Also, if they are just for the normal dredging, why are they carrying protected vehicle? So if you knew anything about this, go ahead and talk about it. And I will give floor to General Secretary of Lake State Media. Thank you.
Colleagues, can I, Dr. Sunday, can I come here and Dr. Sunday can come into it?
You can come, Edmond.
Dr. Sunday.
Yes,
you can come.
You can come.
You know, I would like to answer this question. Thank you. You know, your question, Bell, Salva Matok have written an article and lengthy details about the equipments. And one of the questions you raised, Salva Matok raised in his article, why are these vehicles bulletproof? Who approved them as the bulletproof vehicles to come to the country? And who in the country have a knowledge about that these particular machines are bulletproof machines? He was disputed. I've been following the media in Juba. He was being disputed. And now, if somebody like Salva Matok, if to be rational in a concrete way, if somebody like Salva Matok raised that, and we know who is Salva Matok, what position he have held in the country, in terms of security knowledge, what type of person is he, and he's an MP. He raised that. That has made few of us also to confirm our independent sources. Like what do you say? We contacted some people, how the machines look like. These several sources that we don't quote here have already confirmed that the machines are bulletproof. Now, the question, have somebody predicted that these guys are going to face confrontation? 2, have these guys also come with the intention that whether people like, people does not like, they will bully? And was it part of confirmation that some of the leaders are pushing that this dredging cannot wait? We'll go ahead, we will not wait for the recommendations. Was it simply because some people felt that they're ready to confront us? Because for me, the debate during the consultation conclusion shows that leaders are confronting us. Even some of them reach further to the level of saying they cannot betray the country. Now, one of the questions I ask, if you cannot betray us, the South Sudanese, because you liberated this country, why do you betray us by not implementing the agreement? Because if the agreement is implemented, some of these things, we can find a solution of our own. We can't waste resources. You have betrayed us by not implementing the agreement. Whatever betrayal again are you talking about? So the machines, several sources confirm, is bulletproof. For me, my recommendation on this particular point as a citizen is that Salva Matok, being an honorable member in the parliament, should raise his article with evidence in the parliament, raise a parliamentary motion, and our parliament should commission an investigation into the capacity, quality, and analysis of those machines. Why are they brought in that nature? That raises a lot of eyebrow. What interest is it behind it? Thank you very much.
Doctor, you are highly coming in to comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Brother Bolmakur, for the point you have raised. You raised a point that from the sources that you contacted and the outcry from different sections of our society, including by Honorable General Salva Matongangit, that the vehicles that were brought or the equipment are stuffed with armory, a kind of proved bullets or any other danger. Whether people are aware of that. Well, Unity State is not an isolated island. It is part of South Sudan. And following the agreement that was signed, the revitalized RCs, it is part and parcel of the responsibility sharing aspect of it, make it fall under the shoulders of the government of South Sudan, then the one they call SPLM-IG, the one in government. And so Montwil, who is the governor currently, was appointed not on the side of other political parties or SPLM-IO. He came there as an appointee from the side of Salva. And he is the chair of the Security Council within the state. So had any danger been sensed by him, he can report to the authorities that he reports to on this concern. Not only that, in Unity State, there is also a divisional headquarters. And if not, there is also a branch of the army there. Whatever the name they can give it, the security threats or the national security threat is not only countered by the national security apparatus, it involves including the army and the police. All of them are answerable to the highest office that has recently suspended the dredging issues. I do not have concrete evidence to say that the vehicles are armored, they are anti-bullet, they have bulletproof or whatever, because one, even some officials of the government do not know this. First of all, the Ministry of Environment did not know this, and we have seen the reaction of Nafon, the minister, that they do not have any idea about the coming of those equipment. The same thing with other sectional heads. So it is now a question of national security. Are they aware of this? And if so, why for? This is the question they will ask but we are not going to leave them. We are going to irritate. So a proof is made that these equipment are not going to be a threat by themselves. But the fact is, the government of South Sudan is divided over it. So others may pretend that they do not know, while others know. But whether they have been brought with tanks in them, the dredging is not going to happen. And if they want to do dredging by force, and that is the basis of them bringing in the armored vehicles, then there is always a solution to any problem. There will be a solution to that. But what I know very well is it has been stopped. So what will they do? They will do nothing. All in all, Matongangit should be pushed further, and perhaps some of us don't communicate with the government like myself, but we can easily write open letters. We can push Matongangit as social media criminals, as alleged by Lumoro, to make this a parliamentary matter. It's not an issue of his article alone. He has to raise this so these vehicles can be inspected. And if need be, Egypt could be asked to take them back until when things are right. We don't need them to be available now, or we can easily set them ablaze for the sake of it. You know, a fire is fire. If you see those vehicles that are always on fire in Ukraine, it's not only the power of javelin. Even the mere stones can destroy them. Let us hope for the best, as this one still remain at the stage of rumors, but they are also encompassed, like my brother Yakini has already mentioned, that we can be able to Fuch Matongangit with his vast knowledge, experience, and ardent commander to inspect this. But I know very well, as somebody who is outside here, what the government of South Sudan knows best is detecting just these small things, but not the big things. So they have to detect this. If they can detect who the husband of so has slept with a different wife somewhere, why can't they detect this danger? It's a national security threat. And going by the words of an expert, Taj Al-Khazin, he mentioned that Nile water issues a national security matter that needs to be considered. So we have to sensitize these organizations so they can be able to see their works that have been assigned to them keenly, without allowing a danger to be amidst. I think I won't talk much about it because I do not have concrete evidence. But should there be evidence, then it is a new question altogether. It could be maybe an attack, a transportation of war to us. And they have come to Sudan. And the UMOTOK has made it very clear that when Egypt donates even a needle, the syringes, they always make noise at the airport that we have brought this and this to South Sudan. Even a generator. Why are they not announcing the equipment? There is a sinister motives, and these motives should die now before it reaches power. Shukran.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sande and Brother Yakani. We are running out of time now. We have 3 questions here from the comment side. And these 3 questions, I will just play them up for all of you to read it, write it down. And during your closing remarks later, you can just answer them and you go for your closing remark. The first question comes from Farah Aldit. Here it is. It says, if the project dredging became politically motivated, what will be the solution? Leave it or needs referendum? And then the next question comes from Achol Igai Achol. He said, my question is that, do the government have a ship, or they are talking about Sudan and Egypt ships that should navigate along the Nile if they talk about transportation? And the third question came from Akur Adeng. She asked, my question is, will the president office listen to this debate? Because I personally think it is very important that the president get our voices, particularly this. Full stop. These are the three questions, and I will leave it here for you. And after you answer the questions, we can start with Emmanuel Ikani, Edmund, and then Dr. Sunday with the closing remark, and then the host, Banjbol Makur, will give his final remarks and close the show professionally later. Thank you.
Okay, let me go ahead. One, with regard to the first question, I would like to say this debate is heating debate, is becoming a big debate. I think as long the leaders never reach any consensus, referendum is an option. We are used to culture of referendum is an option because we are not against the project. The project need to undergo scientific studies. And that's why at this particular point, I appreciate His Excellency President for commission a relevant ministry to conduct the study. So I think that for me is a very good answer, that if we fail completely, we better go for referendum and see a public choice. But we know that we care about the lives of our own citizens who are affected by the floods. There's other options we can provide. And that's why also, based on this question, let's say there's other option we can provide to handle the issue of the floods, not dredging as the only options. And the options we can say, for example, let us try to dig some wells to reserve this water. We can divert this water somewhere and we can create highlands by diverting this water. So these are other options that we can use. Even these machines we can use for digging wells. Artificial lakes within South Sudan, with that diverting the water, we can use those machines for it. That's one thing I'd like to answer. For the ships, of course, we need navigation in the river. Transport is more cheaper. But if we want to improve navigation in the river, because we want to improve pricing in the country in terms of commodities, because river transport is cheaper compared to land transport, because we are landlocked. And we can say, for example, like what other leaders were saying previously, even ships can go up to Lake Nord. They can take over goods in that area. They can use river freeboard. Yes, but we need scientific way. That interest, all of us need it. We need to see cheaper prices, but we need a scientific approach in handling this. You can't handle this without doing a scientific studies. You claim to be river navigation. So the ship, be it of Egypt, be it of Sudan, be it of farms, but we need to go scientifically in preparing ourselves in how to handle river transport. We should not hurry and we should not be deceived, because as I said in the beginning, we are in the generation of water politics, water security becoming linked with water. So we need to really define our national interest. That's my response to the second question. To the president, I think the president is listening.
Okay.
I'm quite sure the president is listening, because president would have not suspend in a surprise before his counter members of the presidency and before some ministers to get shocked that president have suspended, because president have listened to the outcry of the citizen and president have seen what citizens want. And some of us still will continue to use our avenues to raise our voices and to communicate to the office of the president. In conclusion, I would like to say, we care about the lives of our citizens affected with the floods. And we have options, other options that we can handle the floods. Yes, we are not against the concept of the dredging, but we say don't hurry for it. Do a proper surveys that are scientific, that these surveys have interests to define to us our economical interests, our environmental interests, our national security interests, our social interests, as we say, even health interests. For example, in Bentiu, if you want to play around the water with the water pollution, what are the health risks? So for me, those are the concerns that we need to raise. And I'd like to take this opportunity by saying to every South Sudanese, let the debate around the dredging be informed by science, not by emotions, not by interests, not by politics. But also I'd like to say, let the debate around the dredging not be used for promoting hate speech, hostile propaganda, misinformation. Let us care about the nation. The next generation of the wars is the wars around the control of waters, because water is a resource permanently for human life. We can use water to bring heaven on the earth. Thank you very much.
I like that quote. We can use water to bring heaven on the earth. said by Edmund Yakani. We can use water to bring heaven on the earth. We are going to permit Dr. Sunday De John to comment.
First and foremost, thank you again. The question that has come from Farha is, when this debate reaches a stalemate, will it warrant a referendum? First, this is not a South Sudan project. It is a project that was brought by Egypt. The matter is, we can consider it as a reminder that thank you, Egypt, for reminding us about the dirtiness of our rivers and having interest to develop for us what they called easy channels for flow of water to mitigate flood. And we're not going to subject it to a referendum simply because one referendum is something that is of a bigger value than the non-issue that we are talking over it now. When I say dredging is non-issue, it's not agenda of the South Sudan. It's not agenda of the South Sudan. We do not see any master plan by the Ministry of Water. And you have seen the former Undersecretary of the Ministry of Water and Irrigation, the person of Isaac Liabwil, has made it categorically clear that they have pending projects that are more important than the dredging. So we can easily tell Egypt this is a reminder. If they need us to deal with water on them, let them ask us that what is it that we want on water as a tool of flood mitigation. We cannot reach the referendum. First of all, the referendum at times can be subjected to manipulation because the populations of South Sudan are currently displaced. And you cannot conduct a referendum when the country is not peaceful. Who will vote for that referendum? This is a question that needs also to be acknowledged. South Sudanese are in the refugee camps, others are displaced. You can see the whole of Equatoria on the, central Equatoria, some parts from the territories of Kajokeji and Marobo, some parts of Yei are not even inhabitable. They are empty. They are South Sudanese too, and they belong to the Nile. You've seen even these areas that they talk about, the people are still caged in the United Nations camp. And people were saying that they will be out when the peace is implemented. What is vital now is the implementation of peace agreement. Where will they get money to conduct a referendum on the issues of dredging if they don't have money to graduate the forces that are being trained? So this issue of referendum is a good idea, but it has no space because it is a process by itself. And we cannot use a foreign agenda as an issue of referendum. How many referendums will we be subjected to by the opinion of Egypt? We will be subjected to plenty of them, and we will do nothing to ourselves as we only go for the referendum. We will not accept that one. This issue only will rest with the president to make a permanent decision through the parliamentary ratification of his decision of late. You know, we just need to close this chapter. This chapter will be revisited later when we have the transport system in place. Like I said before, to the second question that came from Achol, that do South Sudan, South Sudanese have chips and streamers? We don't have even one. If there were, they were badges that were later on burned down around Melut during the fighting when Johnson Olony was using them to destroy the country. And they were even passable. They were moving. So we do not have chips that are even going to Egypt or to Khartoum, just near here. So this dredging issue is just a question of thieves trying to clean their money that they have extracted from Egypt by effecting their project. We no longer have respect for these ministers because they have petulance. They want to just eat Egyptian money and then now care not about the fate of their own population, including the generation that they themselves have endowed with their genetic materials, the DNAs. with Akur saying that is prison office listening to us. This debate is ongoing because the social media criminals have made noise. So the president is listening. It is not a must that he watches this, but it will still reach him, like the idea reached him that day. So we need a comprehensive solution to this matter, and we do not need to base it on even the Council of Ministers. They have failed us terribly, and so we're not going to subject this to them. They have important matters that they must handle very quickly. And also from the political views, other political opinion people, including some politicians outside the country, have mentioned it that this debate being made is a creation of stalemate so that the current government can renew its survival, so they can go ahead again with another interim period. That is, so they want to create points of diversion, create a small war again, kill our people, come back again, that they are implementing an agreement. We are very tired with this incessant kind of agreement. So what the most important aspect of it is that President Kiir has opened a new horizon where public is asked the opinion about important matter. It should not only be on dredging issues. Let this matter also be associated with the constitutional development. So the experts don't consult themselves on constitutional development while in hiding. We need them to task even the University of Juba to help them do this, not those commissions that are subject to bribes that can make 1, 2, 3 people the most powerful in the nation and all this. So what I want to say as a conclusion here is that South Sudan is a better place, and we do not need to always embrace the projects that come from the neighboring countries as gospel truth, and that we must implement them. That is a point. Another point is that if Egypt needs us to develop, and they need to help us really with the genuine concern, we need to mitigate flood through construction of dams. And their equipment, we can use them, like my brother Yakini and others have said, to fully construct the artificial lakes. It should not be just bypassing of the Nile. We already have vital recommendations in place. I would want to say we don't have a problem with Egypt. Egypt should also know we survive from the Nile, and survival is not all about them. We're also part of it. And when others are threatening us that Egypt is the elephant in the room, Egypt cannot swallow South Sudan. When we were fighting with Khartoum, they were siding with Khartoum. And here we are today, we are still existing. We do not want to call ourselves weak people. We're not a weak society. We can fight with any aggressor, not because we have a very strong military, but because if our existence is threatened, there will be no good reason for us to just bow down and allow that to happen and die in misery. They rather kill us and then take everything when we are not there, than allow them take it in our watch and then die of misery. I thank you, Lake State Media, and keep on the spirit. Bring us here always. Even if there was to be one audience to watch us, we have no shame other than sharing our opinion with our people, the people of the Republic of South Sudan that we love, the country that we call home. Water is life, and we are not going to be deceived into accepting it. We have being taken away. We have accepted so many deceptions over years, and we are supposed to learn. And my brother Edmund has mentioned that we should not use emotions while make decisions. We have to use science. And we encourage President Salva not to be always deceived by the ministers that this younger generation that is scientifically charged is destructive. We are not destructive, we are constructive. We should be put into use now. The youth on the streets of Juba should be considered now. The youth on the streets of other cities have to be considered simply because they are part and parcel of the country and they have the country at heart. The former Jewish army are currently intellectuals of higher quality. We can manifest our knowledge through deeds to our people in different ways. We have seen just our brother Majuk doing it, and others have even deeper understanding of policies than we could have seen in the previous timeline. And we're not going to be threatened with Council of Ministers resolution. They are not Bible or Quran. They deserve our audit as a public. And any other leadership that does matters in darkness is not sincere, is not up to its people. We have to acknowledge that our country is greater than these selfish politicians, where somebody is a vice president and your wife is a minister, your son-in-law is a minister, your daughter supposedly is a minister. Is this country belonging to you? Here with my friend, brother Mabiur Garang, we say, Junubi Kenemanga is South Sudan, a property of whose mother? We say it sarcastically in Tongomonjang, but we mean it. Junub is for all of us. We don't see Equatorian, we don't see Nuer, we don't see. We only see people who are elites and they are ready to spoil the country by making irrational decisions. And I agree totally with the definition of the government by Nuer from the current body language of our ministers. The Nuer defines it that Kuma Neititwat this is just a group of minority that understand themselves, and so they specialize in eating other people's resources. This is exactly that is what is happening. I want to tell the youth of South Sudan, I've seen some youth writing precariously about this, to acknowledge that they should not be incited politically. The future belongs to young people, whether you or the people that are after you. Let us die with dignity. Let us not be swayed by politicians that are down there. We should believe in ourselves. Young men from Nuer land, young men from Equatorial land, young men from Dinka land, the Murle, the other societies of South Sudan, all pratit in Wow, beyond the Luos, wherever they are, we are the diversity that make our country colorful. We're not supposed to be always made to hate each other, even when we know the reality. Let us consider science more than the tricks of our politicians. Science does not necessarily serve one man's interest. It serves a purpose that a decision should be made from this angle. These are the consequences that are expected. We're not going to go by the words of Riek Machar. We have heard enough of him. We're not going to go by the words of Kir. But when their words are positive, they are contributing to the good of our country, those are the words we go for. Don't get incited. Don't be victims of new war that there is flood somewhere. Even the idea of temporary resettlement, it has been there. When floods are there, you go to the highlands. This has happened. Now, if you look at the geography of Yerul, there are people, they are called Ador and Aliap. These people live along the Nile. They are along the Nile. And when the Nile floods its banks, like it has happened for the last 2 years, all the cattle could not graze there. They are now in other territories. They are in territories of Bolmakur, in Panajak area. They are territories of Atwood. They are in the territories of Apag. You could see people passing through the cattle camps in Rumbek, in what they call Rumapak. All these are our lands. We're not supposed to try just because we are being displaced by flood, and so we must give our water to Egypt. There is a solution for it. There are so many solutions. We have even made a list of them. Okay, but the government is not doing one. It has gone to something that they call a solution that is very much disadvantaging. I think my call for the young people to refrain from being emotionally carried away by this politician is clear. They don't have a good agenda for us. And the evidence are there. You have seen. After the war, they do not care of who has died. They do not care of who is hiding in the cantonment side. I mean, protection side in the UN camps. They did not care on who was displaced. They only care which position to get, and then put their queens there. So they only earn the resources to themselves. This thing must cease. We are not supposed to be fooled all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sunday, for such a great remark on the topic of today. We have one of our guests, Though Largin, we are not going to give him that much minute. Actually, is the person that we will time up, because he is an American and he is still keeping what we call Stone Age time. I sent him link long time ago, and I believe he went to he went to Unity State to go and inspect those machines, because he don't believe always what we say, and now he just arrived. Don Largent.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
give him a chance.
Okay. Thank you, Bolmakur. I really have an internet issue, so that's why it took me long to log in. But finally, it's okay. I really wanted to greet my colleague, Dr. Sunday and Emmanuel Kenya, and you as well, Bolmakur. You know, you guys, you've been talking, and I wanted to talk actually to point out some two issues. These are very critical, you know, and I see, like, you know, most of our people might have confusion about what is going on. And with these two issues, one is what you guys are talking about, something called scientific study or scientific presentation or scientific data collection. This is confusion to our people. Why I say this, you know, whatever we have been studied this, and even our own experience, we experience about the issue of Jonglei Canal in century in the history. And recently, what was done as a workshop, I wanted to tell you, it's not just a workshop. This is scientific to our people, especially we, the people who have been taking this seriously. We study about it scientifically. And what was presented there, especially our scholars, our leaders, and our women who talk in that workshop in Juba, they presented facts and scientific facts. If you cannot agree with them because of maybe you've been brainwashed, that is scientific. If you cannot agree with them because of you want foreigners to come and educate you, then that is up to you. But hold on. Let me talk. So that is one thing. The second thing is about the information about Jonglei Canal, that people fought with it. And Bulmakur, you know, we are just hammer with you. Now, Jonglei Canal was an issue during the Civil War. It was not because it is bad. It was because the SPLA leaders, including John Garang, Riek Machar, and all those senior commanders, they were using the issue to mobilize our people to take gun against the enemy. It was not because it was really bad. Even John Garang today is alive. He can agree with me on that point. The idea was used to mobilize the mass to fight against the enemy. It wasn't because that it was really bad to dig the Jonglei Canal. So that is the two issues about the scientific issue and about the Jonglei Canal. Do not confuse on these two issues. Now let me go to my point. Dredging, Burmakur, you are in America. Sunday and whoever is there. Here in America, rivers. This is America that is a leading of the world. Rivers in America, they have so many rivers, including sea. The rivers, every year, rivers are dredged. Okay, every year. The reason they are dredged is to control any risk of flooding, because they know it's dangerous. Now, dredging, that means dredging is a removing of a blockade from the river. So whether it's a tree that has fallen there, or maybe there is a lot of blockage from the mud that was filled in there, then now when we talk of dredging, is the removing, when we remove it, and then the water will actually flow in a natural way. This is the simple definition of dredging. Okay? Now, when you don't do this, actually the blockade that is in the water, if you don't do it, it can cause flooding, because the water don't move naturally. because they are blocked by either tree, by a mud, and by the fact that the river actually is coming too low. So that is why we have flood. And the flood now, I cannot lecture you on this. The flood, as you have seen last year from Bor, from your own native Denka land, was flooded. And when they are flooded, they took their animal to Equatoria, and themselves, they went to Equatoria. Now they are killing themselves because of that kind of migration. It's another war. Now in Bentiu, where I come from, okay, there has been flooding. We have been actually put the head together to try to solve it. We cannot do it because we don't have some of this equipment that can do the river. Okay, again, most of the part of central Nile, that like in Pangak, in areas like those areas are in central Upper Nile, has been actually been hit by the flood. Okay, so this is why, because the rivers are too low because of blockage. Simple. Okay, now this the issue is this: there is life of people, our own people, life. Okay, we're talking of life, and life of animal has lost in this process. Now, what are you talking about now? Somebody is telling me like this guy, Ajokino, or you are talking about uncertain future. We're not talking. We're talking about the present, Ajama. This is the present. We are seeing our people. So and so died. So and so might not be from your own tribe, but is a person, is a South Sudanese national dying. Their animals are also dying, like what we have seen in Bor. If, let's say, if the people of Bor did not move because of the reason of the flood, their animal will not get killed in Equatoria because the Equatorian people don't want them in the land. So this is simple arithmetic, Ajama. You don't need to go to school for some of this. You just need common sense. Okay? So now
the bigger agenda about the dredging is just compensation of Egypt money that was used for rebellion. People that are dying of flood, we don't say they're not dying. They are dying, but dredging is not a solution to flooding. Even in the USA, we cannot say it is to solve the flooding. No, it is for the navigation reasons. For your information, this is not the topic we're discussing. This was debated the other day. We are just seeing the reaction of those who have been involved in this debate, particularly the government officials, based on their body language or their words that they have expressed. This is being used. There is, people are not dying in Equatoria simply because of flood. No, you are a cattle rearing person. You know the reason people move to places not because of the flood. For that reason, the Dingabor that have moved to Equatoria actually have cited time and again about the diseases of the cattle that have come over the years. Let us not go back to square one. We will again open up now the debate, and we can be able to present our scientific facts on this matter. There is nobody that is dying of this. Over 400 citizens have died just because of war that is senseless. Why are we crying because of maybe one man that we are losing because of flood, and nobody has stopped a South Sudanese from moving to the other direction? This is completely a polarization, and it is promotion of national disingenuity, and we cannot permit this. Thank you.
Well, you know,
Largin, thank you, Doctor, that you are waging. You know, I allowed Largin because so we can have two parties. They know dredging and they yes dredging. Largin.
All the things he is citing are very, very small. We have talked about them. They are not the reason for dredging. The dredging is not to clear the river or increase the flow. That is not even the definition he has given is a definition of silting. It doesn't suit any science. That does not make any sense. The sensible aspect of it is we have to look at the bigger picture, not just this short-term mindset of Riek Machar of trying to say this was a political agenda. When Riek Machar joined the SPLM, when his objectives are already there, he didn't know from the genesis.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all about. Largin, I am asking you a question. I'm not debating with you. You will debate with the doctor a little bit because you came late. But I'm just asking you, if you analyze what we bring forward to the citizen, they say that these people we bring to the forum dredging is not what we are refusing, but the strategic manner they are doing it very urgently. Okay, that's one thing. You yourself should question yourself when these machines are being brought. Have the communities which are along the Nile been consulted or no? You did not question yourself to ask your mind about that question. These Egyptian, have they consulted our ministers of the environmental so they can come together and assess in a normal manner and educate Junubin? They did not do it. So all Junubin now are asking themselves, why is it so very urgent, very quickly, without correct consultation? Okay? You said that there was a workshop being done in Juba. Okay? Why were we not aware for this workshop? It was University of, the gathering that we know was the University of Juba, followed by the 5 days consensus. So I don't understand what workshop you're talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Very quick, if we have to talk about the way that it is done, if you agree with the dredging, as you stated, and now you only disagree with the way it's going to be done, well, obviously, we are in 21st century, okay? I will not encourage the citizen to go and risk their life like what most of these leaders are doing, putting people risk their life and doing by their hand. This is ridiculous. It's not the time we are in now. So I believe getting the machine to come and do it for us, this is our time. Because if the machine, we can develop the machine, why not the machine do it for us? Why will you do it with your hand to take a long time? As many of you will allude to this, that you have a way of doing it. Okay, hold on.
Okay, no.
Secondly,
let me just say something. Let me say something, you will come in. Also, you should know in mind that these machines also were not developed by Egyptians. So why are they so interested to dredge? We can also go to Germany. We can also consult United States to give us equipment for dredging. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the second thing is whether the community know it. Our government or regime in Juba right now, the only way the community will think their business is when the parliament reacted. And in this issue, the parliament in Juba, even whether it's elected or appointed by Salva Kiir, and as we know, most of them are appointed by Salva Kiir himself, they've voted for it. Okay? So whether it's going to divide them with their boss, but it's something that they see is beneficial to our people, to themselves, to the nation as a whole. So they voted for it. So the fact that they voted for it means that the population is informed. So we cannot take this as something that you will say why it's not. What is it? We know what is going on there. It's something we agree already. The machine, if it is agreed by the parliament, then the machine, they are coming. The work is going to be done. Now, if there are people who wanted to breach, there's something called breaching the agreement. That means you want to step back and say, oh, no, I thought it was right. Now I thought it's wrong. Okay. Already you agree, you signed for it. Now, what is it? That means it's a war itself. And that's why you say deal like this. We need intellectual to actually to deal with them. We need expert of our own, not foreign expert.
Don't Largin, come on, Don Largin, listen to me. You're talking about the contract. I read a lot of contract. I've been reading a lot of contract. You said that if they already agree and now step back, it will be a word itself. And remember, in a contract, if the document that being signed don't abide us that this contract, if it is deterred, then we will give you a notice of this time. There should be a time frame of notice. We can, in the contract, there should be a time frame given. This time frame, we can recall back the contract. Okay, that should be there. Okay, it is soon, very soon. It is short time. If that contract is underway, then it is the right time now to call that contract back without any consequence, because there should be a time frame a contract can be adjourned. So if you said this will bring a problem between us and Egyptian because we call back the contract, then we are not blind anymore. We will go back to the contract and we'll study the contract. There should be a time frame that this contract can be called back in lieu of whatever it is agreed.
Yeah, you know, most, yeah, that's right. Most contract cause problem, especially when they are broken. When you sign a contract and you wanted to break it, it's going to cause a problem, especially when it is country by a country. They usually go to war with simple things like that. But what I wanted to point out here is this, okay? Egypt, actually, they have a right on the water. Ethiopia have a right on water. Sudan, most countries that actually Nile passes along, they have a right in the water. And again, that means the water of the Nile is not controlled by one country. This concept, you have to understand this, okay? So when we talk of mutual understanding, we are talking about understanding ourselves with the neighbor, what we should do and what they should help us. And if you look at Egypt, okay, much of the assistance that Kir, the regime of Kir received, especially during the war of 2013, is a lot, is more than what people are talking about right now. Okay, so I don't know, this issue is going to, if at all you drag Kir into such kind of problem, it's going even to be more disadvantage for him. If you drag him in name of a tribe or name, if you are not looking at our national interests, then it will be a big problem in future. Okay, and for me, I don't believe in uncertain future, a future that don't have reality. I believe in reality. What is real right now is that our people, they need development, they need industrialization. We don't need to be in village. We don't need to be looking after the cow. Okay, we need industrialization where people introduce machine, introduce business, so that the population that are fighting in the bush, they will be able actually to be employed and actually be happy and have education. And by doing this is when we can have several dams in our country. Let's say now the Egyptian, we give us those machines and we have maybe 20 or maybe 30 dams, different kind of dam within our country. That means that we will have electricity for everybody, you see? And again, we will have thousands, even unemployed youth, to be taken by that sector. So that means they will no longer be actually following their cattle. They will be industrialized and be very educated in the country. That is the development we are looking for. We are not looking backward. Okay,
brother,
as many of you are. Yes,
my brother, can I come in here?
Who is that?
Yes,
I'm not seeing somebody.
Can you allow me to?
Sometimes I don't like talking to people who don't show their face, because most people are coward in social media. Even talking on social media, they think that is a risk. Show your face if you want to talk to me.
Hold on, Largin. You're right. You're right. Even last time, we have a policy say that anybody who don't hold on, we have a policy in Lake State Media say that anybody who don't show face cannot be allowed. But in case of Edmund Yakani, he was year before as his picture appeared, but he requested to be to take the video away, because so we can utilize his network. Yes. So before you come in, yes. So before you come in, Mr. Yakani, yes, $, and that's why we said this project is a payback. The Egyptian want it as a payback of their aid. But what is aid? Let's define what is aid. Is it a will or is it a contract which said that we are giving you the items and you will pay back? Do you have a clue if President Kiir and Egyptian have signed this contract? You don't have.
I have not only a clue, I have extensive research, and I have evidence to show that there is much assistance, including military aid, including social aid, a lot of issues here. And this one, you know, that's why you guys, you're looking at like a shallow thing. This is a deep.
Listen. I didn't say that. Yes, they did not contribute it. Yes, they did. But what I am telling you is when they did, yes, when they give it to South Sudan, did they give it as a payback or they give it as aid? Because I know aid mean help.
That's very interesting.
Well, actually, let me
can I answer that question? Here. Because I know Sulfur will have a good answer for that. Whether he got the assistance because of aid or he got it as a free. And you know, in my understanding, I live in the West. I indicate in the West, there is nothing called free. You should actually take it away from your mind now. Even the relief that you receive during when you are refugees or what, nothing is free. You should understand that. And Salva Kiir will have a good answer if at all he was receiving those weapons and tanks to flush out rebel and kill civilian from Egyptian and in the name of, let's say, is going to receive aid. This is wrong, Jama. Even from you, Bulmakur, I don't think you will agree to this. Okay, you cannot get tank military aid, and then
that's
say
why
is free of charge, is free, and let me go and kill my people. This is okay. This is totally, I don't think this will
that's why we said. That's why we said, okay, if the Egyptian give aid for a return, then why would it be water? Okay, there should be other things, and that's why we have to have a correct consultation. Because there is something by, we have to have a correct consultation through Minister of Environment, through Minister of Water. I think you did not understand our debate. We should have a correct consultation before the dredging. So we cannot just rush, because if we rush, then the water will be going because they were paying aid to us for a return. Okay?
Yeah. And you know what we are saying is this: we are not rushing. We are saying, okay, now since Salva Kiir has messed up the country, messed up everything, now we, the people of South Sudan, we are national. We are concerned about our people and the nation. What we need to do is this: we don't want to go to war with our neighboring country because of individual people who actually they are fighting for their own interests. What we need to do, we want to fight for the country. And the way to fight is this: make a strong relation with our people. National interest of the Egyptian is also the same as our national interest. So the national interest is that if they wanted to help us with what was a need is of our people, like industrialization, dredging of our rivers, digging the canal, the Jonglei Canal, these are very important projects for our country because they will put our country into a level of development. You see, so we are going to have electricity for the villages, and then the youth who are taking gun right now and the youth who are misused by Salva Kiir regime, they will have employment, especially if we have even those dredging projects. You see, how many youth do you know will work there? A lot. Okay,
Comrade
so that itself is a employment way of creating a new country. Okay, the way of creating a new ideas to move the country forward. This is what we want. Okay, we don't want to be keeping cow forever, for the rest of our life. No, the world is moving. World is moving. Okay, even the tank. Hold on, even the tank that you see they are using now. Probably if they get it from a different country, we the South Sudanese engineer can make them. It's very easy to make those things when country is developed. When we have a good industrialization, we can make some of this. We can make car. We can make airplane. We can make bullet. We can make kake. All this form can be made in our own country. Not because that you are refusing cooperation is because that if you are in actually welcoming this kind of thing that will develop your country. This is the point we are talking about. Okay.
Okay.
So we are speaking for our people. This dredging
thank you.
and the Jonglei Canal are good for our country because they will put our country into a great development. And the other point that is what Dr. Machar has mentioned to you guys, that our country now is blocked. We don't have transportation. We don't have road. He said that in the workshop. And he said rivers can be used as a mean of transportation. Is it? Look, the transportation is a huge industry that generates a lot of income. Okay.
You're talking about transportation. Have Machar developed anything
that's not me. That is the vice president talking about. I did not say me.
But I'm just saying, okay, vice president is talking about, look, listen to me. Now you have turned this to a ethnic political. Or were you blaming Salva Kiir that he have failed the country, but you're not blaming two leaders? When did only President Kiir fail the country without hands of DR Riek Machar in it? So do not turn this debate right now into a ethnic political. We are talking about
ethnic. Bulmakur is not ethnic. It's not
ethnic. You turn it ethnic because you are never.
Listen.
Listen.
From a neighboring country.
Because you are nowhere
to kill the people.
Look, you turn it to ethnic.
But
you turn it to ethnic. You turn it to ethnic political, and because you are nowhere, so that's why you only blame. That's why you put only. That's why you put only one blame on one person. That Salva Kiir Mayardit have failed the nation. This is a political.
He brought weapon from neighboring country to kill civilians.
Look, you just create a mess. You just create a mess. You just create a mess in the show because you are blaming because you are from Nuer side. So you are blaming Kiir Mayardit because he's a Dinka, and you don't look at both sides as Riek and Kiir are the one messing the country. But you put blame only on one particular leader because you are a Nuer. That's why I told you, do not politicize this as a Dinka and Nuer. You see, and you claim to be a leader.
To be correct, Abul Makur, to be correct on your point, I wanted to credit you on your point. This issue, if you look at it critically and examine it, is already taken a tribal line. Why I say
you're
this
the one now tribalizing it.
No. Let me come to it. If you look at it in the beginning, many of the Dinka right now they are saying no to this to the digging of canal.
Okay, let me ask you. Hold on. All my friends. The flooding only is not on Nuer side.
No. That's your point from your own perspective. I wanted.
No. It's not my own perspective. It's not my own perspective. It is a reality. The flooding is not only on Nuer side. It is flooding the whole region, which is inhabited by the Dinka and the Nuer. So your point is not legitimate. People are saying here, let's do a correct consultation. Okay? It is not about Nuer or it is not about Dinka. Whatever will come in the future to affect the region will not only affect Dinka or Nuer, it will affect all of us. So I'm urging you not to have this concept, okay? Because it is not only Unity State who flooded. Jonglei already flooded. So those one are not only Nuer, because you say that, look at its perspective, Dinka people are rejecting dredging. But you should understand, we said that this dredging need to be given environmental studies. Kalamde intamaba famu, you have to understand.
There are things that we won't need to point out clearly. This is not about dredging only, okay? We are talking about digging the canal. We have to be straight about that. We are not talking about this, Yolo. Okay, you agree whether it is a method, you want to have your own way to be dig. You know, the problem with the Dinka, I studied it, the conflict between the Dinka and the Nuer deeply, and I wrote a book about it. So what is happening is this, you know, the problem is when the Nuer say something, and even if it is right, even if they can know from their bottom of their heart that it is right, and it is said by the Nuer, it's probably going to be wrong. That's what we
No.
say is the tribal. Now look at this. Look at
this is a
let
village.
me give you an example.
This is not a good analysis for a very educated young man like you. And those are the ones that trigger tribal wars.
No,
okay?
it's not about. It's good to study them so that we can generate a permanent solution. Look at the issue of the peace agreement, CPA. Look at it. Let me give you this example. In 1997, the Nuer under Riek Machar and some of couple leaders signed the same agreement with the same papers with the government of Sudan, and they were given 6 years of a referendum time. Now all the Dinka, they say no, there's nothing like that. Okay, and then when it is John Garang said it, they all agree. They say yes, okay, we referendum, and now it led to this one. But who was the pioneer of this? The Nuer, right? Nobody
Okay.
talk about it. Now is the
let's
same thing now repeating itself.
Let's dwell on the issues. Let's dwell on the issues.
We have to be.
Let's dwell on the issues of referendum, because on issues of dredging. Because if you take us again to referendum, this need what I call a sit down.
Yeah, correct. I agree. Yeah, it's a huge thing.
If
But
you take us there again, we will take long time. Yeah, but I'm just diverted you away from making this again a Nuer and Dinka, and I'm diverting you away from only blaming Salva Kiir. The issues that occur in Junub Sudan, our leaders all have hand in it. So please stay away from blaming Kiir and stay away from blaming Riek. Just let's dwell on the dredging. What are the advantage and disadvantage? Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, if we have to talk about that, then that's very good. But what we are saying is lenient of the people. Now, if we have to talk about the water itself, my own study of the Jonglei Canal and the broader cleaning of the water of the rivers in southern Sudan is actually to the greatest of the advantage to the people of the South Sudan and to the nation as well, not to the regime. Why I say this is because, if the rivers are actually clear, so what will happen is that there will be transportation from the rivers, and our people, from our onset, they have been using river as a form of transportation. So that means a lot of things that will come, especially the border, those who are bordering Sudan. So there will be things that will be transported to our country from the Sudan using the river, from Ethiopia using the river. And those things, they will be a lot, okay? That means the ship itself will be coming to those rivers. It will go to Bargazal, go to Unity State, it will go to Juba. The ship can carry ton of thousands. That will be beneficial to business people, civilian, and everybody. So that is a good advantage, right? The second thing is the advantage that you will get, which is a greater advantage to the nation, is the Jonglei Canal itself, if it is dark right now, okay? The way I see it, I look at it like an introduction to industrialization to our country, which have never been there. So what will happen is that the dam will be created, then the dam generate electricity. And the electricity go to the people, to villages, to have light. You see, so everybody will have light. Education will be booming. The working product, there will be people working at night. Like in the US here, you work at night. If it is dark, you cannot work at night. So that is a great advantage. So the dam will generate the electricity. The electricity will go to the village, to the population. Okay. Now, if they are create maybe 20, like what Riek is saying, maybe, and by President Wani, they are suggesting maybe there will even be 20. Leave about one dam. So that means we will have electricity for sale. Countries that don't have electricity, like border of Uganda, the Congo, the Kenya, those borders that don't, we can supply them with electric power. So you see, and then the other advantage is the employment itself. Right now you are in the United States. I don't know how long you will be here, my brother. I've been in South Sudan for long. I came here, and I think home is home. You need to be in our country. If it is a problem of dollars, then that is what we are creating dollars right now. So we will have dollars. If you get it $5,000 a month, we will give you $10,000 a month, and it is your home. Because of those projects that we are thinking now, they are great projects now. Some of you are saying, "Oh, we have a future." What do you know? Who claim to be knowing the future is lie. Your future is right now. You make it right now. That is the future that we are talking about. So we are solving this problem for our greatness of our country. If we have the Jonglei Canal dug right now, these are the things that our country will turn from being a village, from being tribal, it will turn to a big industrialization country, and whereby thousands of generation, thousands and even million will be observed by this industrialization, and then they will work, and then they will
Thank you.
generate for their family. So when the family are strong, the society is strong. John Garang says this. He say, when the people in a country are strong, the country will be strong. So when the people are weak, individual family are weak, probably the country will be weak. Is true. This is very true for our country right now. So because our people are so weak, they are not empowered. So that's why they are so weak. The country is going to be weak. So what we are suggesting is this, what we are saying is this: local government, the way they are doing right now, we should support this. Don't make it a political issue. This should be something that is a good project for the nation, and it will be even for our future that you don't see. Okay, because most of you are claiming actually with unproven data and proven ideas. We need to actually avoid that, because you know what the foreigners are saying is like, we are expert than you. Okay, you guys, you are so young, you don't have education, you should listen to us. But what is it? What is it they are bringing? Nothing in the country. And again, you know, I wanted to stop President Salva to be wasting money on foreigners. It's not going to solve the problem of South Sudan. Every time when he's running, when people of his own colleague are debating with him, his own brothers, he ran to get foreigners expert. This is wrong. Let's say now I'm debating with you, Bolmakur. If I defeat you on debate and you run and buy somebody to debate for me, is it logic? This is what Salva is doing in Juba. He has been doing this for...
Dol, whatever I told you, I want you. You know you are not a very good politician. I always bring you because I am not a tribalist man.
No, okay? It's because you are my colleague, because you are my brother. So,
but this colleague, this colleague, you will end it up because you are a very educated man. You said that you have a party. Now, if I give you a chance in South Sudan to run for a presidency, and I ask you a question of the economy, and then you go and bring a question of fuel and gas, then you fail the question of the presidency, and you will not be ready. We are in the dredging, and you go bring something which is totally different. Yes, I know you have a ill intention against your president. He's your president. I am not stopping you from condemning it. But why can't we just consist in a dredging? Because me and you, we've been here in this media for too long. You've been condemning President Kiir, but there's nothing have changed for you. You are still here in the United States with me. Yes, you talk about future, but you still repressing the future that Dr. John Garang said there will be, which is a future tense. But you deny the future that the South Sudanese now are looking, the vision of the future now they are looking. You denying it while you are using the future tense that John Garang have prepared. So please be a good leader. Right now, I don't want to respond back to you because this was analysis. It was not a debate, but you come in with a debate. Just become a little bit and let me give Philemon just a time to, to bring his view. This media is not for Nuer or Dinka, Equatoria, Mapi. This is just a South Sudanese media. That's why I like to bring you, because even your argument is not a bad argument. Okay? But what I'm just questioning you, just be consistent on dredging. Thank you. Philemon, you are highly...
okay, thank you. Thank
I don't
you.
want to make it as an ethnic. Philemon, you're going to come. You see, what we wanted to avoid is when a politician in Juba from another ethnic group is talking his own opinion, and then all the Denga community attack, like what happened with our brother who got attacked from Equatoria. He's very close to even Salva Kiir. and they have been killing civilians together with Salva Kiir. Now, when
okay, just start from there. Just start from there. Let's bring Philemon. Just start from there.
Yeah.
Philemon,
So
go ahead.
avoid tribalism. Okay. Yeah. Let's move forward.
Okay. Bol Madut and Brother Dol Largin. I would like to take this opportunity to greet all of you and our audience, those who are watching from different places. It's been so quite long for some of us not appear on the Lagos State media. And it is not a new media to us, but it is a media that we've been debating some of our political and social issues pertaining our country. The debate is, the argument is very interesting, but we need to look at the different larger wide perspective about 5 days symposium presentation of our experts on the ideas of dredging. I think the argument should not be dragged into the tribal agenda, because the project that is alluded us or our people in this social debate about what is happening and the decision that has been done by the Council of Ministers to bring the project without the studies, it is unacceptable, and not only in any political party, but all the people of South Sudan. That's why you see the debate is going on within us in diaspora, as well in our country. Let me put the perspective on the ideas of dredging. The idea of dredging popped up in the wrong time with the wrong reasons. That's why you see the people of South Sudan, they reacted. We should have been doing the ideas of dredging in the time that we are implementing the peace agreement. In my own perspective, and the ideas that the leaders presented, that they are bringing this project because people are dying because of the flooding, is sound good, but it is in the wrong time. You know what we should be doing is, or our leaders should be doing is, they should be talking about implementing the security sector. Flooding is a part of the package of security sector. One of the reasons that our people are suffering inside the flooding, because most of our people across the country has been displaced by the war. And some of them are living without homes. That's why easy they can be able to subject it to flooding crisis. And if the leaders are thinking beyond the solution that they want to make, short-term or medium or long-term solution, the first thing we should be debating is to implement the security sector, so that our people should be stable and give the government institution the power to think how we can control our water. But they abandon this for some, maybe personal or personal gain reasons, or some, manipulation from the foreign companies for the interest that they need in the country. And that is the problems that I see. It's not a problems of, we rejecting the dredging. Dredging could be done by the government of South Sudan. Why are we inviting Egypt? If we want to clean our water beds, if we want to open up the channels of our water, why are we inviting Egyptians? Okay, so we cannot rely on the foreign companies to do the interests of the nation. And this is the problem that our leaders, they miss the understanding about the presentation that they did about the dredging. Dredging should be the center of our interests as a nation, to see, we can deploy these studies and experts done by South Sudanese. How many experts we have? But they abandon these for certain reasons, the reason that they know. But most of us, the people of South Sudan, I see there is no point that we can start dredging our water now, because the country is insecure. Okay, the country is in war. People have been displaced. People are not living in a comfortable environment.
Yeah, my brother, my brother Philemon.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Just a point of correction a little bit,
you
and then you will
need
go to
to
your
listen
point
first. Then write down your things there, your notes, and then we can be able. You can, when you reply, then you can be able to, And this is the problem.
Sometimes you forget. So
this is
you
the problems of us in South Sudan.
All I will give you 2 minutes later. Just let them finish, like the way me and you make noise, which is unnecessarily called for.
Yeah.
Let him finish his point.
So, dredging by the Egyptian companies, it will bring our experiences why we went to war during the time of First Civil War. And most of us rejected the ideas of dredging project now, because of the experience that we have. Look at Ethiopia. The war in Ethiopia caused by the Egyptian influence because of the water, the interest of water in the guard that Ethiopia are building. If Egyptians against the dam or the guard that Ethiopian are building, do you think that Ethiopia and Egyptian will do the interest of South Sudanese? I don't think so. We should think beyond this. We have to learn from the experience. Yes, controlling our water should be our agenda. Controlling our water and use it for irrigation, it should be our agenda, not agenda of Egyptian or Sudanese or some other countries. And this being the problems of our leaders, because the way they presented themselves in the expert, they see themselves like they are an experts on this, while they are beating the wrong ideas that's supposed not to be done in the time that we are implementing the peace agreement. But one thing that they have been outsmarted by the president. You see, you can look at that. How they have been designed. They design the argument on the dredging. First, in the ministers, the Council of Ministers, they agreed and approved by the president. And later on, president listened to the people and then suspended. And then he brought the experts to listen to them, which is a good step by the leader who can listen to his people, because the outrage on social media across the country about rejecting this is phenomenal. And the leaders have to follow what, the people are rejecting, not because they don't want dredging project to go ahead, but they are seeing the negative impact during the time that the country is not stable. So in my own opinion, I see this should be put aside. Let's implement the peace agreement, build the institutions, and then security sector need to be implemented, should be the center of our debate, so that we can be able to, put our people back to their homes, and then we can think how we're going to build the canals or, reservoir that we want to control our water. But in this time, I think the leaders are wrong, and we need to stop them, and they need to continue, implementing the peace agreement so that we can be able to think beyond, the foreign interests in our country. What Egypt is doing is not the interest of South Sudan. Look at what Egypt influenced Sudan against their borders with Ethiopia. So if you look on that, immediately you can understand that our leaders, they're not speaking in their free mind. They have been controlled to speak on behalf of some people. I'm an IO, and the way, the leaders express shouldn't be the way we South Sudanese should follow, because that way they're selling out the interests of South Sudan to the foreign countries. Egyptians, yes, they are bringing aids, whatever they call it, because of the misleadership in our country. We shouldn't be receiving any aids from the country that, penetrating in our political and economic system, that for their own interest. And that is something that I see we need to reject that. The second thing, I see their argument about people are living in the floods. What have they done all this year? This is the first time that South Sudan is going to flooding. I don't think so. For many centuries, we've been cooperating with the water. When there is no war, our people been living and cooperating inside the water. There is no any problem because they are living in their homes, they are stable, and they can be able to manage and live in the water. But because of the war that is in our country, our people are not ready to cooperate with the water. And that is the problem. We need to have a short-term solution that we need to stop the war, implement the peace agreement, and then think How are we going to control our water and use it for the interest of the nation? And I think that is the only way will bring us out from this, political conspiracy that is done by Egyptians and also done by Sudanese people. Because I know it is not Egyptians are the one who are doing it, but Sudanese is a part of this. That's why we as a South Sudanese, we need to think beyond, build or digging canal or whatever dredging project that we need. Cleaning all our waters is not a problem. We can do it, but let's do it, appropriately. Because what they are doing now, they are pushing, the government to do something that is not going to benefit the people of South Sudan. The water they are going to dredge, because Egyptians, they are looking beyond what they are doing now. So I think this is the contribution that I want to do. So I think the idea of dredging should be put aside. Let's implement the security sector, and the government has to focus on the peace. Because instability in our country is the root causes of flooding, is the root causes of this, instability in our country, is the root causes of hunger, is the root causes of displacement in our country. So we need to deal with it instead of dealing with the wrong ideas like, dredging, because dredging should come as a package of infrastructure development after peace, and we have a stable government.
Yeah, Philemon.
Thank you. Thank you, Philemon. You are always very aware on our issues. And I want my brother to learn from what you say correctly, that we have to be very careful on the dredging, and you go step by step. Comrade Zol, I will give you a chance. Yes, you are my buddy, but there are something that we don't play sometimes. Just, I'm not trying to scare you because this is my media, no. But just follow the procedure like the way Philemon talk about dredging only. Please, don't talk about President Kiir have killed. President Kiir have never killed nobody. Riek Machar have never killed nobody. Let's keep them aside. Let's just talk on the dredging, please. Don't mention those politicians about killing or no. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Philemon very quickly, and it's good to see him because it's been a while. I've never seen him on social media. One thing that he has talked about dredging is look like he actually appreciated it as a good thing, but he's seeing it that the peace agreement should be implemented first. That is the point that I hear from him. Well, if you thinking in that way, that means you have seen something, but something is blocking you from looking it in a wider way. The peace agreement itself has a blockage because there is no money and there is no military equipment to graduate the forces. Salva Kiir has been talking about that for years, and I know you should be aware of that. Okay. Now, if the security arrangement cannot be implemented because of money and because of military equipment, my understanding is this project, the project that we are talking about, the dredging and Jonglei Pacific, the Jonglei Canal, can actually generate billions of dollars to graduate a national army, to give them tank, give them equipment, anything that they can protect our country. That canal, that project can actually do, if you guys look in like further. The other thing is that the money can be generated. The other point you're talking about, we can do this one by ourselves. Wrong. Who are you going to do with it? Do you have yourself, if I ask you right now, do you have the qualification and equipment to actually carry out that huge project? No, none of us in South Sudan cannot do it. Why I say this? The oil that they are consuming money right now, up to today, is still going through through the Sudan, and the South Sudan are paying the Sudan a $10 billion every year, so that actually the oil can be sold through the Sudan. Look at that alone. That shows that The reason they agree with that, the reason they allow it to do that, is the same reason that we have to think about it, allowing the Egyptian to do the dredging and dig the canal, because we don't have those equipment right now. We don't have them, so we can use their equipment to actually do for other work easily. We benefit more, and they can benefit too. Okay, as I told you, nothing is free. So that is why I think you need to think about that, Philemon. You need to think about those 2 points that I already discussed with you on your point. Going back to the idea of dredging, most of you are talking about is, except him, is talking about the peace agreement, which is something that we know peace agreement will never be implemented, because first of all was actually the root cause were never addressed to that problem. So now what I wanted to the timing of this, the discussion of this is the right time, because when you are actually blocked, you don't have any help, you are hopeless, this is the time that you can reach help. And reaching help should not mean, for a nation, should not mean be done by one person for his own benefit. It should be done by entire people. And that's why this project is discussed in Juba. So it's good. So it's not like when Salva Kiir going to Uganda and receive aid by himself, you go to Egypt, receive aid.
Remember, I question
for a country.
Remember, I question you. When he received those aids, you were not there. So just build on a dredging, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the dredging, the point of dredging now, one thing that I wanted to caution our people, especially those who are not aware about this. This dredging, some people who are having the interest in this, they already calculate the agreement. They just don't want Egypt to do it, but they have another country to do it for them, which is very wrong.
Were you having an intention to insult President Kiir, but you don't have a podium to insult him in?
No, I'm not insulting him, but we are just discussing about debate about who should actually do the debate.
Because you were waiting to be invited on a Lake State media on the agendas of dredging, but you find a way, you sneak in and insult President Kiir in a way that you don't have another forum so people listen on how you insulted him negatively. Please, I respect President Kiir. I respect our Vice President Riek Machar, our Vice President Wani Yiga, our Vice President Rebecca Nyandeng, our Vice President Taban Dengai, and so forth. So please.
Why you respect all these people? They destroy the country.
I respect these old people because this is not a time for
so
it is a time for healing. This is the time for healing.
From South Sudan.
This is the time for healing. This is the time for healing. And if it is a time for healing, we are not causing another problem. I believe you are one of the internet people who caused the problem of 2016. So we don't need that, please. You said you are a leader, but you are plugging South Sudan into another war. So please stay away from that. So we are going to close the show. Because this is not your time. It is not your time. Then you preserve. You were looking for a way to insult President Kiir, but you did not find it in any platform. So
no.
Makur, I refuse that.
You know, I'm not actually insulting him. He's like my father, okay?
But you are.
I was disappointed.
Why you don't respect yourself like Mr. Philemon?
I was disappointed by saying that the dredging should stop. He should not say that.
He said,
it will cause him a big problem by himself.
But why are you so angry? He said it should stop. No, President Kiir said that dredging should stop so we can do further consolidation. If you are very educated, why do you just want with the ship from the village mind there to just go right away and dig it? Are we not very educated? We need to study. Then how are you going to get presidency now? You said you want to stand for a presidency. If you were a president, then you would have just said that let's dredge it.
Parliament has already voted.
Let's dredge it. Okay, for your information, Egyptian don't have a machine because you said that if we dredge it ourselves, zero, we don't have the power to dredge it. The same power we don't have is the same power Egyptian don't have. These machines were not developed by Egyptian. So your argument is false. Okay, these machines were not developed by Egyptian. So I want to dismiss this claim that you made. The machines are not developed by Egyptian. They are just ordinary people like us who went to other nations to look for the machine. So if you are very educated, you should know that too.
Hold on, look here. Uganda, when they come to our country with helicopters, tank, did they develop those things in their country? No.
And that's what I'm telling you now. They buy it. So Egyptian, we can buy the same way Egypt buy. We can go buy those machines.
Look here.
So your claim was not necessarily because they did not develop nothing. They did not develop it.
I understand that. I understand that. And you know, don't undermine Egypt.
Makur, can I say something here?
You should also learn history. A lot of science, a lot of this thing. I think Egypt right now, they can actually design or maybe assemble some of these things that we are. You think that they can?
I know they have designed an ironing machine or ironing clothes.
Do not
that does not mean that do not that stolen your mind that they are the one who designed dredging machine. Yes, I know they have a capability, but this dredging machine they did not design it. So Philemon, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. You know, let me say this, Dolarjin, my brother. I think when we come to the social media like this, we need to be you know, as informed discussion so that our people, those who are watching from, you know, our country, they can benefit and learn from the ideas that we can put it out here.
How many people are watching now, Bulmakur? I cannot see the number.
Okay, we are watched by 5,000 viewers.
Okay.
Wow.
So we have to be informed in terms of how we look on the ideas that are brought in by the leaders for the dredging. One of the things I just want to say to suggest that South Sudanese are not qualified for the ideas of dredging or, you know, development is an insult to our nation and insult our capability as a South Sudanese to do something. And you know, the reason that we are not deploy our ideas on the infrastructure development that we want to do because of war. War, you know, devastated us, our people, devastated our future. That is why we need to cultivate the spirit of peace and, you know, normalizing our political system so that we can be able to think and deploy the knowledge that many South Sudanese got for the betterment of our country. This is something that we need to think about it. The second thing, there is no any country can help you without interest. Did they ask, what is the interest of Egyptians when they want to dredge our canals, or like you suggested that they have to dig the canals? What is the interest of Egyptians? There is no any documents available to us, public, to know exactly if they dredge, you know, our land or our water. What in return, what will be the return that we can give to them? So we need to know all these things, because what I know, there is no country will help you without benefits. And that is something South Sudanese become outraged, because our government is hiding something from the public, you know. So that's why some of us saying that it is a wrong time to debate about the dredging projects. Okay, so what we're supposed to be doing as a South Sudanese, we have to think, like you said it, the security sector is not moving because there is no money. And where did the leaders got the money that they want to dredge these projects? These are the questions that scientifically you need to ask. They are not implementing the peace agreement, but they are building the wrong agendas, which is the wrong projects in the wrong time. Where did they get this money so that Egyptian will come in to build or to, you know, dig the canals without any benefit? There is something beyond this. That's why some of us, like myself and other people, we rejected and supported the idea that President suspended the project because it's not going to be the benefit of South Sudanese. It's not going to help the people that are drawn inside the flooding or water. It is not going to be the interest of the country. Therefore, we must stand up and reject this. We have the capability. If there is peace, then we can invite all our experts to come and help us. How many South Sudanese graduates in the fields of water is sitting outside here? You know, we don't need any country to come and help us or dig our own project. Yes, if we want to invite any, you know, foreign companies, then it has to be based on the interests of South Sudanese. And this is what we're supposed to be doing. But now what we see now, because we have experiences, what is happening in Ethiopia, then we need to automatically, we need to reject the idea of the dredging project in this meantime. We need to have a short term. The short term is how the government avail the funds to address the problems of flooding. Until now, as we speak, when people have been flooded by the water, the government never sent the aid. The government never helped the people. So now they are talking about, you know, dredging projects so that they can help them. I think that is not the idea. That is not the idea. There is something beyond that. Either the Egyptian manipulated our leaders to go in their side and abandon the country, or there is something bigger is going on within our political system. So we need to dig, you know, beyond. But we need to appreciate the president because he listened to cry of the people of South Sudan. We don't need, you know, project that can be done by the foreign interests. We have to do things based on our knowledge, our studies, and we can apply our way of how we reason it if this is going to benefit the people of South Sudan. I think that should be the debate that we should be talking. But now what I see on all the debates about this, every community that has been affected by the water, they either subscribe to this project because of the, you know, the way they feel about the water. And some of the people, majority of South Sudan, they rejected the project. And I think it is a good idea that if you look now also, we have been divided not only in a political line, but we have been divided based on the ideas of why now they are implementing the project. Even you see the anger in the faces of all the, you know, past presidents when they reacted on the experts, you know, explanation. And that is the problem, you know. So the interest of South Sudan is not, you know, dredging, you know, dredging our canals or whatever. The interest of South Sudan, we need to build dams. If now, you know, if our leaders, they are capable of answering this question, you know, they should ask Egypt to build the dam in the place where we want. Egypt will reject it automatically because they know that the moment we build the dam in our Niles, that will control our water. But Egypt is not interested on that because they are interested on dredging, because dredging, you can open up, you know, the channels and you open up the beds water, then it will right away goes down to the Nile and down to the, you know, downstream countries. And that is the problem. So now we need to stop, you know, we need to support the way the project has been suspended. And it has to be like that until peace implemented. And then, you know, our leaders, they have to think beyond that, because this is not the right time we can do such a big project like that. Look at what happened in Ethiopia. So if Ethiopian government is not a strong government, by now Ethiopia is collapsed because of the Egypt influence on this, because they try to sabotage through the cyber attack. Ethiopians are very strong. They want to go for military, you know, campaign. They cannot be able to defeat Ethiopia. But now in South Sudan, because they know we are not capable militarily, that's why they are coming in, because of the way our leaders, they become a part of conspiracy for their own country. And that is the problem. You know, that's the problem that we don't need to accept. That is the problem that, you know, we, all of us, whether you are from different political party, we need to stand up and reject, you know, the project, dredging project, until the right time comes. Because you said it's something here that we don't have any equipment. You know, I think that's a poor argument. Equipment cannot come by itself. It is the country that can think to buy the equipment. Egypt is not building equipment. Sudan is not building equipment. They are buying from somewhere. Why not we can use our resources to buy and do it in our own for the interest of our nation? You see, these are the problem and the things that we are missing. We can build this nation if there is peace. We can, control our water and reserve it for the future generation if there is peace. That's why I'm concentrating that let's put aside the debates or, the ideas of dredging project or, resumptions of Jonglei Canal, projects. Let's put aside, but we need to equip our people with the knowledge how they can cooperate with the water until we will have a right time as a country to build whatever we can control our water. And I think that's the idea that we need to pursue. But argument that because of our state, our people are suffering, let the dredging go, this argument is very poor. And it is done based on the, tribal mindsets is not going to benefit of our nation. Whatever is happening across the country is affecting the whole nation. And any politics or economic design that designed poorly, it is not going to help our country. So I think, personally, I've been a critic of president, but now when the president decided to suspend this, I think I, saluted him for standing up, listened to the people, and suspended the project until the experts weigh in. And we need to see the social impact, environmental impact, and economic impact. Then later on, let's do it in our own way as a country, not by the way the foreigners tell us to do. You become a sovereign nation. Why you listen to other people? If there is anything that be done, should be done based on a diplomacy, not in the way that, our leaders, if you see on the hall, Freedom Hall, I don't know why our leaders are so angry when the experts weigh in about this, the negative impact on this. There is no reason, unless there is something, we might not know as a people that make them angry. But if the expert says that, let's stop this and do the short-term solution, what is wrong with that? There is nothing wrong with that, So we need to focus on what benefit the country, not what benefit the other countries. If you look at Sudan, in the eastern side of Sudan, Egypt influenced Sudan to fight Ethiopia because of the problem of water in the Nile. But because Ethiopian, they went beyond, they built themselves, they abandoned their divisive, tribal agenda and stood up as an Ethiopian to protect the interests of Ethiopia. Why not we can do that? Why not we can do that as a South Sudanese? Politics will not take us anywhere, but if we stand together as a nation, out of political affiliation, because this will affect not only now, even if we build a strong nation on the future, still the Egyptian will penetrate in our political system, penetrate in our economic system, like they build the bank now, they will penetrate in our security system, and we cannot be able to sustain as a nation on the future. So mark my word, but let's stop it from now and let's do it in our own way. And I think in that way, we can be able to save the interests of our nation. And thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother Philemon. I had been here since 10 o'clock Houston, Texas time, and it is 4 right now. I am going to get my basics need. I will give you 2 minutes all to wrap it up because it is unfair to you. Just close the show. So come on, because I'm not a tribalist like you. So I give you 2 minutes. Thank you.
Don't bring in tribalism. Yeah, well, I think discussion like this, they are good for our nation and ourselves too, to understand who we are. I think, the flooding that is across the country will speak by itself to the people of South Sudan, and it will feel the way how I had a video here, but there's no time to share it. Is a video that is women and children, particularly I think they are women in Unity State. They are actually told to dredge the river with their hand. And this is very important. A show like this, you can show them, because even Philemon was saying that we have a capacity to
Give
do.
us that, send us that video, and we are going to bring another show. We will show it. But for now,
I will send it to you. I'm not going to share it here, but I thought I was going to share his screen, but it's going to take time. But women right now in United States, they are told, because they are very hungry with the decision from Kir that is stopping the machine. So they go in a river in a huge number. And I think it's a protest to them. What they are showing is that they are saying, we don't have a way to do this. If we have it now, we will remove it. And that's why they went with their hand trying to do. So there is crocodile, there are snake, there are what. This is a way backward. It should be 1800
since you
years
are a
ago.
leader,
So,
since you are a leader, you can send somebody and tell them, Kir said we need further studies, which is Philemon said. We need further studies, consultations from communities, consultation from environmentalists. What are the effects?
that is what we are doing right now, Bulmakur, and is part of it has been done in Juba, the presentation for 5 days. These are the consultation. What we are doing right now, you and I, Philemon, and whoever is spoke here, these are the consultation. And if people don't understand what we say, then that's why they mess up, and then they listen more to president because he has a gun power. This is wrong. Okay, they should listen to people because it solved their own problem. Like this one now, the dredging is solving a lot of problem in South Sudan. The flooding, the transportation. These are huge problem now affecting our people. Now, the other thing that people don't wanted to speak openly, and which I'm going to present a research about this, is the digging of Jonglei Canal. Our people don't know the benefit. They are blind about it. So I'm going to present a lot of this. So these things are good for our nation now.
This is your problem, Largent. You are academic. You will research it, and you go on your own wall and you talked, and nobody will listen to it not because you are a less person. It's because your page is not a public page. If you studied and you call me and you said, Bolmakur, I want to represent this, then we schedule you. Nobody will shut you down unless you break the rules of the platform.
Correct.
So research it and you bring it forward and we host you. Okay?
So to conclude with this, I think the consultation has been going and study is going on. All these studies that are going on with our people, let us not undermine our own study of this issue. Actually, it is better than the foreigners. My caution is that people of South Sudan should be listening to their own voice first. And I'm not saying that we cannot listen. We can listen to foreign advice, but we should not take them and implement them right away. Okay? Because they will go wrong because they don't know our environment. We know our environment more than them.
Now you have come back again to what we were saying. Yes, we should not take what Egypt is telling us and put it right away to
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the experts.
That's what
that
you just said. That's what people have been said. That's what Dr. Long been said. That's what I've been said. That's what Majuk been said. Exactly now what you just said. We should not take their advice right away and put them in use.
No. What I'm saying is this,
Thank you.
People of South Sudan are saying, let the river be dredged, let the Jonglei be digged. Now, there are some experts, not from South Sudan. They are saying, you South Sudanese should not do this because of ABCD. They say that. So that's what I'm saying. Those who go to Juba, particularly, they call themselves expert. They are not expert. These are agents of the regime in Juba, the tribal regime in Juba. And that's what I want our people to pay attention to that. Let our expert speak. Riek Machar is a philosophy doctor. Waniga is a doctor. So and so. There are so many in that workshop that can present to the best of our national interests. Why do we need people to present? If we need to go to Uganda, we need to go to America to do it for us. We need to go. Let the people of South Sudan decide it, but not the people become expert. Like, I don't know, some doctors were called and they went to the workshop, and some people within our people wanted these people to come to speak for them. Why?
Right.
We should be speaking for ourselves. So
Right,
if
but
we
you
want to go to Egypt, we go to Egypt. Egypt did not, like Egyptian, they did not tell me to come and speak for them. No, I'm speaking for my own interest. And I only need Egypt for what they have, so that we can actually is a win-win situation, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. But
So
you
that's
should
what we are talking
understand
about.
the doctrine. You should understand the doctrine. Remember, it is not all the subject that makes somebody to become a doctor. Okay? For instance, I don't know what your field is. For instance, I am good at the study of internet, and I'm good at the study of public administration, but I'm not good at the studies of the biology. I'm not good at the study of geology. So if something come about biology, I am blind. I cannot inspect. So Dr. Riek is not a medicine doctor. He's not an environmental doctor. The same to Dr. Wani. That's why President Salva Kiir, who you left out from doctors, he said that let's give these studies to the environmentalists, to the Ministry of Waters, which have knowledge in agriculture and
Salva Kiir
water.
is not a PhD doctor. He's just a honorary.
He's a doctor. He's
never
a
went to
doctor.
school.
Like he went to school. He went to school, and that's why he's a president. So let's leave that one alone anyway. So yeah, he went to school. You know what? If you are very educated, remember, you undermining people who went to school because you have a chance to come to United States and you complete your high school. Okay? Those people who fought for our independence, they went to school, but they were distracted because they want to free us. So Dr. Salva Kiir Mayardit went to school.
No, I thought
Likewise
he
to us.
was honorary. I thought is not he did not attend the actual school. You know, you should understand honorary. Honorary is when people honor you.
Yes, but
without
let
attending
me
the
tell
school.
you.
But a school is when you take credit. You go to school, you take courses, and you are in class.
The world is advanced right now, okay? So all many doctors that you have seen, they are doctors. Some already hire professors, and they taught them in their own houses through internet. So you should consider that. Anyway, let's not go there. I will close the show, and Mr. Pilamon, I have thanks you for your very articulate concerning the issues of our country. Dollargin, I have also thanks you for you being a very bad boy in the show.
And thank you very much for being a tribalist supporting Salva Kiir because he's from your tribe, and thank you for inviting me as from another tribe. So that one we will have. That's the only way we're going to work out to eliminate tribalism is to talking about it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not a tribalist. That's why I don't insult vice president. I took him as my vice president because you said you are aware of the government government issues, but you should understand that now IO is the government. You should not treat them again as opposition. So
IO
is
not a government and opposition. There is still it will be a government when the national army is graduated, probably the end of this month, maybe.
Then you don't worry about that. Right now, if they already placed the ministers, they already put people in their constituencies, how would you call this matter?
That's not a government. Partially is a government, but
okay.
I believe when the graduation of the national army is done, we will talk of an army, a government as an army, as a parliament, and as probably a law. This is a government. But now
let me say my final word. I will go. Thank you, Bol Makur and General Dorlarjin. It is good to see you again. We've been disappeared for a long time, and it's good that I can see you again. You know, for the love of our country, our leaders should know that there are things that will be done politically, and some of the things need to be done scientifically, and some of the things that need, beyond partisan, decision in order for us to build the nation that we want, a nation that we can live for generations to come. I think there is a question that asked by some people down there about, I think the problem of flooding is across the nation. It's not only Unity State or Jonglei. But you know very well, last 2019, 2020, even 21, most of the eastern part of Upper Nile has been flooded, and some of our people until now displaced by the water, and nobody talks about and dredging by the Egyptians. I can conclude that it cannot solve the problems of flooding. This is something I want to make it as a last comment.
How?
Dredging,
No. Don't
dredging,
don't bring out. Tell us how.
Let me conclude.
How is
You
not
already
going to solve.
concluded, okay?
Because
so that we can
hold
leave
on,
this.
Philip. No. Let's talk about this. Let's be straight. Tell us. You say it's not a solution. Okay, fine.
Yes.
How?
Okay.
Tell us how it's not a solution. Tell me now.
I said it. Okay. Let me tell you. Dredging by Egyptians is not going to be a solution to the flooding that affecting our people. Why? Because
I did not say why. No. That's why.
Let me finish, and then
I did not ask you why, and that's why you are running from the question. I tell you, tell me how it's not a solution. I don't ask you why, because the South Sudanese is because
we are going to close the show
because of this.
Okay.
No, I did not
let
ask
me
you
finish.
why.
Let me finish so that we can leave this guy
is
to
not
go.
a solution. How?
Okay, it is not a solution because Egypt is not dredging this for the interests of our people. Egypt is dredging this because they have been defeated in Ethiopia, and they see, the Sudd River is the only way they can get the benefit and survive from what they have been denied in Ethiopia. And this is something that needs to go in the brain of all South Sudanese, not because Egyptians love us, not because they want to solve the problem of flooding, but they have been defeated in Ethiopia and see the only opportunity that they can get water is through South Sudan. And that is something I want every South Sudanese put in our brains. Egyptian is not for our interest. Let's implement the peace agreement and have a short-term solution by availing the funds and addressing the humanitarian crisis that affected by the flooding in some affected areas. Then we need to come and sit down as a government, as a people of South Sudan, to make sure that we need to come up with the long-term solution, how we're going to address the issues of the flooding. And that is something I want to leave here. Thank you so much.
People right there, they are really,
and
yes.
It is a honor
our people, they are really
be with you here, and I will be ready anytime. If you invited to talk about this, I will be ready. And thank you.
Thank you for coming online. We appreciate you so much. We will be having another session, so we will bring everybody, but all you need to come very early so other people can respond to your question. So thank you all. I appreciate you, and I invited our president to watch this video so he can also benefit from other contributors. Thank you all. We will be closing our show. Our audience, I appreciate you for being with us until the end. Thank you.